You got us moving like, yeah, we're feeling it. You got us moving like, yeah. We got the goods and we're feeling it. We're gonna strut, are you seeing this? We're gonna we take what we want, so give it to us like 1, 2, 3, 4. We're stepping up and we're stepping out. We're turning up and we're living loud. Yeah, we're gonna we take what we want, so give it to us like, give it to us like, ooh, what you got? 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 Show me how you move it. Do it like this. You show me how you move it. Oh, groove it like this. Show me how you move it. Show me like this. Show me how you groove it. Show me like this.
On the yeah, I'm a salad. The one thing on my mind, and I don't mean to stop.
Gotta get to the top, we ain't playing. Always win, never flop, cause we're on the right track. Going 20 miles per hour, we don't look back. We just close our eyes whenever there's a red flag. Full acceleration, full thing when we play tag. Gotta play tag.
Tracks, I've been loving it. Riding day and night, yeah, we've been killing it. Gotta stay at the top, keep on winning. Humming seasons over.
We're on the right track. Going 20 miles per hour, we don't look back. We just close our eyes whenever there's a red flag. Full acceleration, full thing when we play tag. Gotta play tag. We're on the right track, going 20 miles per hour, we don't look back. We just close our eyes whenever there's a red flag. Full acceleration, full speed when we play tag, when we play tag.
This is iRacing.
Our story starts here. For 36 years, we've raced through its turns. We've slid tire after tire through its banking. We've drafted down its never-ending straightaways. We've gone faster than we ever thought we could. Here, in the racing capital of the world, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Last week, we saw a familiar name return to victory lane.
Peter Berryman, Indy 500 fixed champion.
This week, though, the gloves are off, the setups are open, and the strategies are never ending. Do we see a familiar name rise to the top, or will we see a new face cut to the front of the line? Because it all comes down to 200 laps, 500 miles, and the desire to win one of sim racing's crown jewel events. Welcome back to the fastest virtual race in the world. Welcome back to the iRacing Indy 500.
Justin Dowson, Tim Doyle, Young O, Jonathan Goat, Tim Holgate, Cam Stark, Matt Pavelski, Christopher Demerit, Joshua Chin, Brandon Traino, Christian Steele, and Robert Malechka III. Over 14 runnings of the iRacing Indy 500. Those are the names of the immortals, to stand on a pedestal higher than what anybody else has been able to do before. The question now is asked: do you join that pantheon, or are you going to solidify your space on it? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to your 2025 iRacing Indy 500 Open, your 15th running of the championship. My name's Jake Sperry, Kenneth Bueno, along with me for the ride here today. Kenneth, this is the great sim race that every sim racer wants to go and win. Not everybody has the opportunity to do so, but when you stand and say, after 500 miles, I can kiss those bricks, I can drink that milk, you are a legend forever.
That's true. There's a specific aura that comes with Indianapolis Motor Speedway when you race it with any car. But when you bring the Indy cars here for a race like this at 500 miles, regardless of whether it's in the real life or the virtual world, the stakes are still the same, the pressure is still on, and the nerves are there for the drivers that have tried to qualify their way into this very big race. Last week we saw just how wild it could get and what drivers are willing to do for a 500-mile race win at Indianapolis. Today we'll see the exact same thing, except everything is blown wide open with the setups.
It absolutely is. We take a look at our iRacing special events calendar, and the month of May is all about the ovals. The Indy 500 fixed finish, the Indy 500 Open, through the Coke 600 to come along on the horizon in this fabled month of May. But so much amazing sim racing that comes along that touches on every single part. This is time slot 3 here, the main event as it were, Saturday at 5 o'clock GMT, 1 p.m. Eastern. But there is one more time slot after this, and crucially, to run on this run that we've got through, you've got to be at least Oval D 4.0, and you've got to put your 4-lap average time and be the top 33 in the world.
Yeah, this is realistic. 4 laps to put on the best time of them all. The drivers have been practicing all week to try and put a time worthy enough of being in the top 33 this afternoon. A lot of people look at the 9 p.m. Friday splits as big, but this 1 p.m. split on the Saturday, qualifying day for the real-life Indianapolis 500, the pressure is on and the drivers are ready. Some of the best sim racers in the world have prepared for this specific moment, and that means we're going to have a ton of fun. And that included last week, Jake, you and Joe Peak seeing an absolutely wild finish.
And it could have been RM3-peat were it not for that contact between Robert Malechka and Jaden Munoz, which took them both out of contention over on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It came down to a lot of cautions late on, but the big power move there from Hamilton Akabuezi was enough to bring it back in. That was the final caution causer, Pablo Espes. finding the barriers, but crucially, the move that was made by Peter Berryman with 4 laps to go at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway was just enough. You could see Akabuezi and Aaron Vasquez looking to throw it through, and ultimately a roller coaster ride for Akabuezi found the caution that came along. Peter Berryman finally able to say that he has won an iRacing Indianapolis 500, but it is not just him that has gone out and won, because so many from so many different splits have been able to get victories, including everyone's favorite Matt Malone.
This is one of the biggest and best personalities on iRacing. Matt is always such a cheered up guy, and when you go out and win a big race, there's the emotion right there. Look at the confetti there on the screen. He's got it all going on. Matt Malone going crazy. One of the many streamers that have gone out to win the iRacing Indianapolis 500. And hey, how about the eNASCAR College iRacing Series driver Zach Sprouse pouring on the chalky milk? How about it? Got it double clutched, all of it ready to go for him after the victory. Great stuff. It was split 32 that Sprouse ended up winning. And no matter what split it is, Jake, if you run a race like this, you go out and outlast others for 500 virtual miles, and you go out and win, the feeling is so special regardless of who you race with.
Absolutely. Earlier on today then, or yesterday so to speak, this was split 4, and the battling that had to try and get itself sorted, heading all the way over towards the line. A titanic scrap, as you could see on the inside, just trying to hold that station. Jared Wishon was looking for that run, heading over towards the yard of bricks and saying iRacing Indy 500 Open winner in time slot 1. Just half a car length there, making the difference. But for those who look at split number 2, familiar faces for those who understand the eNASCAR series, Brian LaPrade finding himself up near the front and getting exactly what he came to Indy for.
They survived it all. And, you know, this isn't his day job. He's usually racing in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series for Junior Motorsports. He's been trying to put that season together in the right way, but I'm sure this will be a big boost just before the big Charlotte race that'll come out in next Tuesday's time. And so we have a ton of different winners, Jake, that have come across the splits. I mean, this was from time slot 1 that happened not too long ago. Philip Kraus being able to be at the top of split 1, LaPrade in split 2. Look at all these big names, all of these drivers just putting themselves in the right place at the right time, whether it be a fuel strategy race to the end or a 3-wide finish to the yard of bricks. All of them exciting, everyone feeling the same emotion.
And that includes the likes of Gabby Chavez there in 7th position. Goes without saying, a very important name to find a victory here over the course of action. The likes of Zach Rattray White also picking up a result out there too. Very big in the Australian scene, but 35 different splits there, Kenneth, to say you have won a win as you go through. But time slot 2 also proving to be very interesting. Drivers like Timu Toika picking up victories and Kyle Klendworth in split 1.
Yeah, and look at some of the oval drivers. Latham Joyner getting a big win in split 9. He's usually a big short track racer, but he got it done at Indianapolis. Look at some of the other names. Talon Smith among those that found victory and going all the way down. Raul Garcia, Jamie Gibson among those that are back in those 20th, 25th, 26th splits. You know, everyone gets a chance to race the Indianapolis 500, and so all of them being able to win. But this was earlier today, one of the time slots that ran throughout the morning session at 9 a.m., the top split race that came all the way down to the wire. Jake, you and I looking at this package before we went live. I mean, look at that, 2x2 coming off the second corner down the long back straightaway. These are where the moves are made, but I mean, from what this shows us, the moves can be made from anywhere from turns 3 to 4, and there's still a lot of space to maneuver. Look at the run down into the corner, and how about the fantastic finish that came down to the line.
It was all about pick and choose your moment here. 6 could have come away with a victory there, even 7, but crucially for Kyle Klendworth, enough to drive to the line here on a drag race and pretty much throw a blanket on them over the line. A victory by just about a car length there is going to be enough, but that went through and was brilliant. But keep an eye out on what happened on split 2 as well, because it got dicey towards the end. AJ Pritchett managing to find a way over the yard of bricks to win, but had to do it the hard way, and this is what gave me a huge win. Look at that. That should be in the wall. How they keep it out of each other's drama sphere, I have no idea.
It's physicality at its purest form. going straight down the back straightaway, making the contact, and somehow all three of those guys ended up keeping it together. And the physicality didn't stop there, trying to weave into the space between Pritchett's car and the inside wall to try to find a way through, but Pritchett hung on. We see a lot of power moves made in turn 3 that decide the end of these Indianapolis 500-mile races, but from what we've seen this year, from what we've seen last year and the years before that, it comes down to those final few hundred feet. And as drivers put in practice right now, they've kind of shown us the close and physical racing that we'll probably expect to see in the late stages of this afternoon's event.
There are so many drivers and so many stories coming into this iRacing Indianapolis 500. For example, the person who won at TS1 will be your pole sitter, Philip Kraus. Keep an eye out on him today as he looks to try and do what Hamilton Akabuezi couldn't do in the iRacing the iRacing Fixed 500. Try and get things sorted. You look around at drivers like trying to be the first eNASCAR driver to win. I look at the likes of those drivers who are trying to make things happen. Say Alexander Russell comes to mind as someone to keep out there. And I would say as well, Kenneth, the big one I'm looking at, Jacob Oster, cruelly denied a shot of trying to win out there overall. He's going to be looking to try and give everything he wants to. But what about this guy? Possibly the greatest driver never to win this, Michele Costantini.
Yeah, these are all drivers that are hopefuls, guys that have been so close yet so far at winning these big races in the iRacing Indianapolis 500. And Costantini had it in the bag midway through last year's open race. Him and Hamilton Akabuezi had performed a fantastic strategy that put them back and forth, and got them in strategy to win. It just didn't pan out. Costantini could not call himself a winner then. He's going to try and get some redemption here on this year. But another big name, I mean, you look at some of these guys that have been iRacing IndyCar racing for years and years on end. Jason Brophy, one of those Pro Series drivers from late last year in this series. He came home second in this open race just 1 year ago, Jake.
Yeah, he's very much in a position to say he was close, but close doesn't make it enough. Let's take a look, though, at this fabled space of Speedway Indiana, KB, because I look around this place and it looks very simple on paper. It looks like a brick. 4 corners all look the same. They may all look the same. They're very different on how they drive.
This track is familiar and new in the same sense. The emotions you get when you come to a track like this at 2.5 miles long, it is palpable. This track coming down to its 116th year of life late in August this year. It is a fabled track, one that has so many stories harnessed within it. A lot of space inside for the fans to get busy, but the track is where everything comes down to it, and it always gets down to the final corner, the final lap of the race, to those very famous yard of bricks. And these are the cars we're using, the Dallara IR18 with the DW12 chassis. Now, this car doesn't necessarily have that much horsepower from a first glance on the oval speedway configuration, but think about it, Jake. These cars weigh a little over 1,600 pounds. They are bullets when they come across a speedway like this. Nearly 240 miles plus an hour going into the corners from the straightaways. Beautiful looking race car. Those are the ones we'll be seeing tampered with all day long as drivers try to find the right setup to win this race.
And just to give you an understanding of the engine sort of spec, can you imagine if you got a Honda CR-V, for example, out there with 2.2 litres of an engine that can go 230 miles an hour out there? I tell you what, this is going to be an absolutely awesome race here, but these drivers are now unrestricted, and you can experience IndyCar for yourself on iRacing. You can visit iRacing.com, where brand new members can save 40% off when they sign up with us here at iRacing. Start your career in sim racing with us today. But for the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, a place where heroes are made and villains try their level best to keep themselves out of trouble, these are the final drivers to keep in mind. I look at Hamilton Akabuezi, who's there sitting in line in second position there at the moment in terms of where he will start on the grid. He is, I would argue, the great prodigy of this IndyCar series, just 18 years of age and someone who could go on to win multiple iRacing Indy 500s.
And you think, Jake, between last year's open race where he and Costantini had performed so well, he led a ton of laps, put himself in a position to win, And then just last Saturday, also with a chance to win that race, and it didn't go well for him after. That's a promising driver right there, and with such young age, he's still got a lot of sim racing years ahead of him, a lot of iRacing Indy 500s to come, and maybe from the very short tenured career on iRacing, racing these cars, he's got a lot of stories to tell, but still lots of chapters he wants to write in a book.
Well, here we are, 200 laps worth of racing, which is 500 miles, all on an open setup. Expect 30 to 34 laps as an ideal pit window. If you're in a fuel-safe game, you can go as far as 36 to 37 on a green flag run. But you got to get over from 300 kilometers an hour or 230 miles an hour down to just 60 miles an hour for that pit road. And remember, the leader controls on all restarts for single file restarting as we get ourselves sorted. So this field now gets itself ready and situated as we get ready to go through the grid here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. On the pole position with a huge smile on his face, trying to go and get that victory which he did in the fix in 2021, Philip Kraus will have the pole position with Hamilton Akabuezi alongside on that front row. It's then Alexander Van der Sant who will go from third, the Indiana native, and Michele Costantini going in from position number 4. Aaron Vasquez right up near the front will start in 5th with Jason Brophy in 6th position, and then looking to go back to back in the iRacing Indy 500 Open, Robert Malechka III alongside with Alexander Russell. You've then got Chad Simpson in 9th position with Wilson Neto rounding out the top 10. Jacob Oster looking for redemption in 11th, and Eduardo Leo in 12th, the first of 3 Team Redline drivers.
Jaden Munoz in the 26 car rolls off inside row 7. Jose Soria outside in P14. Christian Hilgo in the number 32 car will be inside row 8. And the fixed winner from last Saturday, Peter Berryman, trying to go back-to-back. Same thing that Robert Malechka did just 1 year ago. Jesper Orman starts in 17th. Pablo Espes, the Spaniard, will be on the outside in 18th place before you find those packed up in row number 10. The Frenchman, Florian Lebigre, with Brendan Lichtenberg, who came home top 5 in last year's Open Indianapolis 500. Alessandro Bico ends up in 21st. Chris Van den Nis will be in 22nd before you find Pedro Palladino from Brazil and Hugo Olsen, big-time driver in last year's Open 500, trying to put himself in the conversation once again.
9 drivers remain to be gridded up. Lucas Prada and Seb Alexander have row 13 with Fernando Borda and Luke McEwen there 27th and 28th. Jeff Drake has Diogo Pinto, the 2-time Porsche champion, there in that position of 30th with Kevin Birrell, Tamas Simon, and the first alternate getting a space in the big dance, Nicholas Sudik, will go from 33rd position. Can he go from last to first? The lights you can see here on top of the iRacing sedan pace car are off, which will indicate that that pace car will dive off into the pits coming out of turn number 4, which they do right now, which leads to the opportunity to say 500 miles. Do I have it or do I not? We are back home again in Indiana, and we are getting set. Barney awaits with the green flag, and your 2025 iRacing Indianapolis 500 Open starts now. An electric start by Alexander Van der Sant, getting a wonderful launch then off the get-go. Kraus will immediately have to look out, because here comes the Indiana native to the inside and to the race lead.
Yeah, what a move it was down the back straightaway. We will see that a lot come the final laps of this race, although much more aggressively. I know Kraus isn't necessarily content with being in second, but he will for right now stay where he is. Everyone's still trying to fan out. 2 wide, back to the top 10 and the top 15. Slingshots to the inside of turn 1. Here comes Philip Kraus back to the race lead to complete lap number 2.
Absolutely brilliant, and we're going to be seeing a lot of this chop and change open weather conditions here today in sim time. Just before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the track temperature is a blistering 113 Fahrenheit here today, KB. So these drivers will be looking to manage this. It's a track that will get colder as it goes.
Yeah, when you put more energy into the track with such force with these 33 cars. It is going to slicken up the inside of the racing groove, and if the track surface temp doesn't cool down in any way of the imagination, you're going to have some ill-handling race cars when these Firestone Firehawks start to degrade over the course of a long green flag run. We've seen just how very important the weight jacker system is on the race car to kind of find the right balance with these open setups. Drivers and teams have been working all week. There's a better look at what kind of weather conditions we're seeing right now. Partly cloudy skies, beautiful day to go racing in virtual Indianapolis. That track temp, something we'll be watching all day long.
We absolutely will. Not much wind speed to deal with either, just enough to maybe give you a little bit of a thought through one corner or another, but that wind is coming in from the north, so not really too much to battle about with here today at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It will mean one thing: as it comes in from the north, you'll get a tailwind along the front stretch. Here comes a little bit of a look into the mid-pack. Peter Berryman, right now the winner of the iRacing Indianapolis 500 fix this year, finds himself there with Jesper Ohrmann just in front, Jaden Munoz, Jacob Oster, Chad Simpson, the four in front, side by side behind, as they now look to sit then with the likes of Florian Lebigra making moves past the Williams esports driver of Pablo Espes.
And we saw a lot of guys try to make moves, including Behrman to the inside, some of them off of turn 4, but the draft is so strong, especially early on when everyone is so packed in and these tires still have a lot of life left in them. Behrman couldn't quite make the move, and now here comes Lebigra peek to the inside as they chase for turn 1. But Behrman, even though he won the race last Saturday for the fixed event, Jake, he's still got a lot of unfinished business in this open race. Last year was involved in that huge crash with his teammate Luke McEwen off of this corner right here within 26 laps to go, caused the caution that killed the long green flag run, and Behrman came home 30th in that race. So he really wants to have a comeback effort in this specific event that eluded him in the year building up to this very moment right now. Still runs in 16th though.
Yep, still looking to try though and move up, but these are early stages in this race. Not too much to go and worry about, at least at this point in time. Pablo Espes, who was the cause of the caution in the fixed race 1 week ago, looking to try and move on up. 18th position, exactly where he started in this race, staring down the barrel of Florian Lebigra in front. He's got Alessandro Bico behind him at the moment, his own teammate. So he's certainly working here to a rhythm, and we see quite a lot of this here. Drivers not wanting to push the boat out early in races like these, happy to just be dealing with their laps, ticking some off, because as we know, it's very much a case of like saying at the Masters, the back 9 on Sunday. Here on Saturday, the final 100 laps, worth keeping in mind. There is Alessandro Bico, calm as you like.
Yeah, you've got two specific points of emphasis that you got to keep in mind through the first segment of this race. Number one, it's survival. You don't want to crash and you don't want to be out of this race immediately. These cars don't have a pick-me-up fix, a fast repair, so you can't just get back on there very quickly. You got to spend all that time repairing the race car if you end up in trouble. So it's all about surviving first of all, but the second thing is getting this setup fully dialed in and just getting used to what this car feels like in race trim. A lot of guys in practice were trying to go single file, double file, working to figure out what the race trim was going to feel like behind the wheel of these IR18 cars, but this is really where you start taking notes with you and your teammates and saying, hey, my car feels like this. What kind of changes can I make on the first pit stop of the event to make it that just a little bit better in order to perform over the course of the race? So everyone's just kind of figuring out what kind of cars they have, where the drivers are around them, and how they're able to adjust coming forward.
Well, Nicholas Sudek here was the last driver, and in fact, his first alternate because of Nick Ottinger not turning up here for this race, so he's able to just jump in. He's got the power of Hello Kitty trying to help him out with his t-shirt at the moment as he looks to try and go through. Concentration is massive, but he's right down at the back in 33rd here, looking to try and work with Kevin Birrell and Fernando Borda, those drivers at the back who are happy as they go through. These are the drivers at the front, and this is what you start seeing here. Fixed versus open, there is a big difference out there.
Yeah, for the fixed setup race that we had last Saturday, the drivers couldn't touch anything other than the onboard car tools, which is usually referred to as the weight jacker. It plays with the balance of the roll bars of the race car, so you can kind of go for a tighter or looser setup if you like. But that's the only thing you can touch, along with brake bias and maybe a couple things with the steering. In the open setup race today, you can touch every part of this race car. And so teams have been trying to figure out what it feels like the right way in the draft and make sure that you can get the right balance of weaving through traffic, but when you get in that clean air, that's so important come late in this race, you've got a car that can handle very well. So the teams have been blown wide open. They've been given every option available in the book. And when we have our pit stops later on today, the drivers will make key adjustments that could very well change the complexion of this race coming forward.
The characteristic of this Dallara IR18 is going to be one that is highly tuned by these drivers. They have dealt with so much over the course of the runnings of previous years gone by. They are looking to try and stand and make their mark of authority, as we've been seeing the consistent chops and changes at the front of this field between Van der Sande and Philip Kraus. Michele Costantini happy there in third position, and then the two, fourth and fifth, who came together for only 1 week ago with 4 laps to go in the fixed race. Hamilton Akabuezi and Aaron Vasquez, and I think they'd be very tired of each other behind this driver, Michele Costantini.
Yeah, and I think they maybe have a bit of those memories of what happened last Saturday off of this corner, turn 2, but, you know, I'm sure that they put that past them. They're trying now to survive for the end of this race. And you got to think, with 4 laps to go, the whole field is compressed. They're going to be as aggressive as possible. I don't know if there are any regrets for Akabuezi or Vasquez at the end. They knew they were trying to give it all that they've got, and unfortunately it didn't work out. But they're going to try and reverse the course, make things much better. And you're watching the battle for the lead continuously shift between Van der Sande and Kraus. That's all by design, by the way. They're trying to even out the fuel consumption over the course of the run, because if they tell themselves, if this race stays green, we got to make sure there's not a disparity between us on how much fuel we are wasting. So they're using these long straightaways to take control of each position, kind of switch back and forth, get some time in the draft, save a bit of fuel, and that's exactly what Costantini and Akabuezi did last year. Help them midway to take over the lead and have a good strategy.
Imagine that you've got a cycling peloton at the front of the field. Most teams have domestiques, and those riders, when you're out there in a cycling race, they trade time at the front because you burn matches in your legs, so to speak, every time you're on the front doing more work than people who are sat in the draft. Same principle when it comes to fuel. We take this wonderful look there as they went through into turn number 1. It's a case that Kraus and Van der Sande are doing all of the work, putting matches in their fuel tank, so to speak, because they're burning up the fuel more than the drivers behind. Expect them to be about lap 30, lap 31. Everyone else behind is going to be looking 33, 34 if this stays green that long, and then those really looking to save 35 plus.
That's the thing with a peloton that's so funny when you look at the context of racing, because you think, well, if you're racing, you want to be first, right? It's always good to be the first man, but in a peloton, it's not. You got to be the second, third, fourth car in lane, and even then, sometimes on the white flag lap, you want to be that third or fourth car because you can make that push in the draft for the final 2 corners and make an effort at the yard of bricks. And here's our race analysis, what we should expect for the pit window. Burning as much fuel as Kraus and Van der Sande has, 30 to 34 laps. That will be the perfect window. They may come at the earlier segment of that, maybe lap 30, lap 31 on their tanks of fuel before coming in and officially kicking off the green flag cycle.
Getting a little bit busy further down in the pack here. The bright green machine is now starting to make that charge, coming out of turn number 4 and looking to charge. That, of course, is Chris von der Nesse, who got a podium over in the Indy 500 fixed a week ago, battling with the Sesha Esports driver Tamás Simon, the Hungarian-based team that is looking to try and get a massive, massive victory. Back here in the pack, looking to try and get some good progress just in front of them. Some very familiar faces from 1 week ago, Lucas Prada, and the curious cases of Pedro Palladino, who missed about 3 or 4 different incidents out there over the course of racing a week ago.
Yeah, one of those guys that put himself in position and just tried his best. And one of the several Southern American drivers in this field, also has some other representation from Diogo Pinto from Brazil, but also Fernando Borda, one of the Southern American drivers from Argentina. So cool to see some of that representation here. But it's almost interesting to see what these guys are doing 25th on back, because you look at the gaps and they're starting to grow slowly and little by little per lap on a basis. So you're looking at guys that really don't want to get disconnected from the main pack, because once that strategy kicks in past lap 20 and lap 25 and these tires are starting to scream a little bit more for grip, you're starting to think to yourself, if I come down pit road, I'm going to be in an even worse position, and that distance is going to continue to elevate. So as we watch the battle between Van der Nesse and Simon, you got to think to yourself, you know, how much are you willing to give in that gap to Lucas Prada before things start to get a little more dangerous in track position.
It's a rubber band, and if you lose a second and a half, it snaps and you lose all contact with the group in front. And Van der Nesse will realise that that was 1 second going over the line, and it needs to be a bit more out there to stave off any of the challenges there. Van der Sant back to the front then of this field with Philip Kraus behind him and Michele Costantini. Your front three as they are at the moment, and heading over to the yard of bricks and comfortably keeping that sorted, but no trade-off this time going in towards turn number 1. So now they'll have to wait till turn 3 before a sizable move gets put back together again. And we're not seeing as much then of the I'll trade each half a lap to go and make this happen. This is being a little bit more, I would say, laboured in terms of how they find these moves here, because they're having to wait for turn 3 in order to make these passes happen.
Yeah, and that's, again, the fluctuation of the gaps in time. You see how Kraus kind of laid back. He was way too far from what we've usually seen them be in terms of relative distance to each other. And here it is off turn 4 with Van der Sant the same way. He has to spend a lot more time catching up in the draft to make a sling to the inside, and he's got enough time to do it. But we've seen earlier in this race, things have been much quicker in the snaps between track position. And watch third on back as well, where Costantini sits. It's now 6/10 between himself and Hamilton Akabuezi back in 4th place. They have started to elastic, band switch. They've been able to separate a little bit between each other. Those guys 4th on back, taking it a little more easy, and they're trying to max save right now.
And one of those drivers in and around that top 10 is Alexander Russell. Right now, one of your NASCAR Pro drivers out there for Tony Kanaan Esports. Well, that certainly helps you in terms of having a legacy of a driver who's won the Indianapolis 500 in the real world on multiple occasions. But Alexander Russell has been looking for a good start to this season. And KB, you've been keeping a close eye on what's been happening over the course of the NASCAR series so far.
Yeah, he's one of the 8 or so rookies that are in the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series this year, and very strong is Alexander Russell. He's been able to put up some decent runs in his rookie campaign, and much like guys like Brian LaPrade, still trying to find the rhythm of the season as we move on to Charlotte next Tuesday. But he had a top 15 finish when we kicked off the year at the Daytona International Speedway, so it's kind of cool with seeing the double dipping between Russell, who usually races stock cars, and he'll be racing that iRacing Coke 600 that'll happen later on the next week. But Charlotte Motor Speedway is the big focus right now, longest race of the year, and we've got leaders on pit road this time.
That's early. That's lap 20 here in this race, and that is going to have to be a reverse of strategy, so there'll be 30 laps all the way to the end. So Van der Sant and Philip Kraus choose only 20 laps to go into the pits. I think nobody had that on their cards.
Yeah, I think we're looking at maybe lap 30, maybe at worst lap 29, right before the fuel window came open, but it did not. They decided they needed to come down at this moment in time, only 21 laps in. It's just a testament to how much fuel they were burning at the front and how much guys like Costantini, Akabuezi and company had been saving. But now the baton passes to these other two in Costantini and Akabuezi, trying to shift the race lead back and forth to save as much fuel as possible. I'm a little concerned, though, Jake, to see where Van der Sant and Kraus will end up, because that is a lot of time they're going to have to gain and a lot of laps still left to clock in before the rest of the field decides it's their time to visit for some service.
And there are your movers and shakers in the field. Jose Soria up 7. Your biggest mover is currently +9. It's Diogo Pinto. And if you want a little bit of something interesting right now, currently classified as Diogo Pinto's spotter is the account of Max Verstappen.
Well, that's what you get when you're on the Red Line Racing team, right? Verstappen has been so very connected to the Red Line team. And, a lot of people make jokes that while Verstappen is a F1 driver, his main hustle is sim racing, and Formula 1 is just a bit of a side gig, right? A lot of people make those jokes, but he's been so involved with that team. And in the IndyCar Pro Series late last year, he had been right in the team calls with all of those Red Line drivers and trying to ensure a team championship, in which they did with Diogo Pinto. So cool to see him with Verstappen there on his box. I don't know if that adds a little bit of pressure, but maybe Pinto's used to it as he rolls in 21st.
I'd say he absolutely is. And Team Redline celebrating their 25th anniversary as a sim racing team, which shows you all you need to know this year about what Team Redline is and has been. It is one of the greatest sim racing teams in the world, KB. But the one thing they're missing is this Indy 500.
Yeah, they have won so many races, and they have been widespread across iRacing. They're still looking for this one. They have plenty of big drivers that have succeeded here at Indianapolis in years past, but are still trying to put that final puzzle piece together. And that is a testament to how tough this race is. You can be the most dominant sim racing team out there, and you could still be missing an iRacing Indianapolis 500 win. It tells you just how tough it is to go out, win over the course of 500 miles. As we get a look at Jason Brophy, who came up runner-up to Robert Malechka last year in this very open iRacing Indy 500 race. And you think of how Redline has been around for a little bit, and they have kind of played a lot with iRacing, and they have enjoyed success. Jason Brophy is one of the longest tenured iRacing IndyCar drivers. Very cool to see him up here running top 4, and possibly with all that experience could put himself right in the mix for the win.
And look who's directly in front of him. It's a tale as old as time for Jason Brophy. RM3 sits in front, Robert Malechka III.
You know, sort of mirror image, right, to see these two nose to tail as they were coming down to the finish just last year in early June, and now they're running nose to tail a bit by, you know, a couple tenths of a second here or there. But now I want to really watch where these guys land in the strategy, because we can tell already Akaboezi and Costantini, they have found a way to get a lending hand with each other, but we haven't seen much of that come through the mid portion of the field. A lot of those drivers aren't necessarily working with each other because they're not de facto teammates for the most part, so they're just individually trying to figure out where they're going to be. Malechka kind of one of them floating around in this top 5, give or take 4 laps before we see that fuel window start to open up. And I'd imagine Robert Malechka is going to wait as long as possible, given how much time he spent in the draft, just playing it safe and just waiting till the right moment strikes.
So there is Jose Soria, who is now up into 7th position, trying to move forward. I'm keeping an eye on these drivers. They're doing about the low to mid 41s. I keep an eye out on those like Kraus and Van der Sant, who are in the high 40s at the moment in terms of pace. So they're going to be gaining upwards of about 2 seconds, I would say. 3 seconds by the time they get to that stop. The issue they've got is they've got to stay longer on pit lane at the end of the race, should it stay green, for all 200 laps. We have a completely cautionless Indy 500. We still wish, we still hope, we hope that we get to see it, but at least for the moment, there goes Akaboezi, straight back down to the inside. Michele Costantini, no real argument.
Well, you know, some of the best races, Jake, come down to the good balance between high-level, long green flag competition and then the chaos. You got to have some of the chaos, right, to kind of play things, make things crazier, and give things an open chance, give other drivers a chance to go out and win the race. And, you know, we saw that last week on Saturday. Late yellows, late drama between heavy-hitting drivers that could go out and easily win that race, and it came down to an event that unfortunately ended under the yellow flag, but still, lots of short race shootouts and drivers that have to put in 3 perfect laps after was 197 or so laps that they have to put on the track out there with a clean race car and without any mistakes. As Costantini and Akaboezi continue to switch back and forth, you know, that gap between Van der Sant and Kraus, you know, continues to crunch down, but it's little by little. And even then, they're all by themselves on the racetrack, so they're also saving fuel.
They very much are. Jesper Ehrman, by the way, has just tagged the wall coming out of turn number 1. But if you want to get behind the wheel and take on the challenge of iRacing special events, you can visit iRacing.com/special events to see the full 2025 schedule. There is something each and every month in each and every style of racing you can possibly think of. There is no greater thing than the iRacing special events, KB, because when you look around at it, every style of racing is represented by iRacing.
Yeah, you don't need to be one specific discipline of racing fan to enjoy the special events on iRacing. You know, I've taken part some of them, you know, the Daytona 24. You know, I'm not a big road course racer. I'm not the best road course racer, but it's still fun to gather your friends, have a bit of fun, try to see where you guys end up, and, you know, try to go out for the win. You know, a lot of people have different mindsets going in, but between road racing, dirt racing, oval racing, from open wheel to stock cars, you've got it all. And I'm excited to see where the rest of the special events calendar takes us, Jake, because Nürburgring 24 is coming up. Coke 600 is next week. You know, so many great events that, you know, I maybe try, but I think I may be better off as a spectator, probably not behind the wheel.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement with you. I find myself very much struggling at special events, so I decide to choose not to. out there on iRacing. But this is your next one, the Coke 600, which is out there, part of the NASCAR iRacing Series, May 21st to 26th. You can find yourself in with a race on that from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Make sure you jump in on that. Possibly the toughest oval race out there for those in stock cars at this point. Lap 31 of 200. Keep your eyes to the pit lane because we are soon very much in pit stop territory.
Yeah, remember we talked about that fuel window on the race analysis graphic. 30 to 34 laps is the sweet spot in which we'll see the drivers come down pit road. But here, we're already halfway through this little run through the pit window opening. No one has taken their charge, so either they've saved enough fuel to which they can go just a little bit longer and they want to make sure that they keep up where they're at, or, we may just see some drivers come in maybe the next lap or so. But for right now, nobody in the session has indicated that they want to come down pit road. And I'm a bit curious to see if we see clusters of drivers or if we see maybe one by one come into the pit lane this time. How about a look at the race leader, Michele Costantini, coming in solo dolo off of turn 4.
Yeah, really having to get it down on the binders there. He's used up all of the tyre life by locking them up and making them effectively 50 pence pieces by the time he gets in. It's good news. He doesn't have to use those anymore. He'll get a fresh set of tyres and he'll look to try and fly off away again. But that gives you a good indication of where drivers are looking to push. And I would say that the likes then of Hamilton Akabuezi might be next down into the lane. Robert Malechka now taking laps led at the front of this field. Remember, you don't need to win many laps led to win this race. Peter Berryman only took 10 to make it happen. On cue, here comes Akabuezi.
And here comes other drivers too. Aaron Vasquez has found his way in. Alexander Russell is in. Jose Soria and a whole host of drivers. Eduardo Leo for Redline included. All of them coming in this time at lap 34. So right at the edge of the pit road window, everyone is deciding this is their marker to come in. And I was a bit surprised to see Costantini come in and nobody else follow suit. He was the only guy in there, so he's going to have a tough time keeping up in the draft, just trying to be as aggressive as possible and make up all that distance lost. But now this field is blown wide open, Jake. Anyone can put themselves in the right place at the right time with a good overcut strategy. Malechka feints out of turn 4. Him and Jason Brophy come in, hop of the brakes, trying to lock it up and get as much of the deceleration in as possible. Lap 34, most of the leaders are in.
Jacob Oster stays out then and goes another go. So too Hugo Olsen staying out then along with Tamash Simon. So you got about 4 or 5 drivers who've been able to play the big long fuel save game and give themselves enough room. But now it becomes a case of get your fuel, get your tyres and get back out there and charging. Kraus and Van der Sant have a very nice, comfortable gap that they've been able to manifest over the rest of that group. They've already flown on by, and now as they leave the pits, they've got to be very careful on the transfer lane because that's where you often see it when it comes to Indy 500 races. Contact on the lane. There goes Jacob Oster back into the pits. He is so desperate for redemption of what happened just 1 week ago, robbed of a shot of racing for victory.
And he's got a shot here. He's one of 5 drivers that are coming down pit road this time by a lot of the smoke coming from the tires of the race cars. Good news for everyone, though. No black flag, so no one has sped on pit road coming to the entry. That is a good sign for the first round of green flag stops. And now you take a peek at where this is all going to cycle out. Right in the hands of the 2 teammates that have been working together since the drop of the green flag. Alexander Van der Sant, Philip Kraus, they have been switching positions, but now they got to deal with the fact that they are on a severe, and I mean a severe, undercut. And that's kind of what bit Akabuezi and Costantini in this very race last year. They kept pitting by themselves, but the disparity kept growing and growing on a per-run basis to the point where they were so far out of reach. So Kraus and Van der Sant have to be very, very razor-thin, precise, and very careful with the strategy they're picking right now.
Effectively, they've got to run 30-lap stints between now and the end of this race. But look at what that undercut of 10 to 12 laps has done. They've been given almost a 6-second margin at the front of this field. Robert Malechka III and Michele Costantini are the 2 drivers who are looking to hunt this one down. At 8/10 back of that, Akabuezi and Vasquez, who are there together looking to try and make their names known, with Brophy and Russell and Soria back there in play, looking to try and put themselves into perspective. But after this, it looked like it was all one long train to begin with. Now we're starting to get packs of 2 and packs of 3. So that first pit stop window certainly has shuffled things out.
And it's opened things up considerably. But the good news is that because a bulk of the field, Jake, had come down all together on the same lap, most of them came out, some distance here and there, but for the most part, they are within each other's grasp and striking distance, so they can start to accordion together and build up larger packs of cars. Now, will that make them faster? I probably don't think so, given the organization and the way that the checkups come in the middle of dirty air through the corners, but it does mean more drivers, more chances for slingshot moves, more chances for track position changes, so we'll keep an eye on that. And, it's kind of funny to see where Malechka and Costantini end up in this, because those two are now starting to do that back and forth fuel-saving strategy. They weren't working together all race until right now. It's almost a case of trying to find your friends over the course of the event. With all that experience, they've been able to race very well with each other.
Well, this is a fantastic iRacing Indianapolis 500, but it's not just us here at Top Split that's covering it, because it's every split that we're going to be keeping our eyes firmly peeled on. If this race goes and finishes as quick as you like, and there are other races here of these 31 splits out there here in iRacing at this moment, we will go and find a race to cover for you. So that will give you a sense of everybody will have a chance to have their name in lights, because everybody races the Indy 500 and understands here with iRacing that it doesn't matter which split it is. A win is a win is a win. You'll take your milk, you'll kiss your bricks, and you say, I won the Indianapolis 500.
It is an accolade that for sim racers stand for a lifetime. No matter what skill level you are, no matter how long you've been sim racing, no matter your resume, if you win a race like this, you will hang it up for the rest of your life. It's a very big accomplishment. And these guys, especially with this race and in the iRacing IndyCar community, they are so passionate about what they do and what they enjoy, which is this style of racing and a race like this. So I think it's awesome that we get to cover all of the splits, because we spend so much time covering the best drivers in the world, and while they deserve a ton of recognition for their dedication and their speed, everyone gets their shine in the spotlight by winning a race like this. So it's going to be cool. We're going to list up all those names, get all those drivers up there on screen, try to get as much of the racing in as possible, as we're watching a good battle for 10th. Wilson Neto and Eduardo Leo chase back to turn 1.
Yep, so they now start looking around. Wilson Neto, very happy with where he is at the moment. I think he's done a good job. Eduardo Leo is the leader of the Team Redline cars out there, the first of three, which is out there. Chad Simpson behind them, Jacob Oster, Jaden Munoz, Peter Berryman, and Brendan Lichtenberg trying to hold on to the back of this group. Ever a quiet character at this phase of the race, but trying to go through. But this is 9th and 10th, and they've already lost about 3 seconds to Jose Soria, who sits there in 9th position. So they're looking around at this thinking, well, if we're off the bat by 3 seconds, how much work are we going to have to do to bring legitimately the rest of the field back into play? Here's a look at Brendan Lichtenberg as he works his way through one.
And he was one of those guys, Jake, who had survived in the last couple lap melee at this race just last year in early June. Lichtenberg walked away with a top 5 finish, and this is one of those guys who's passionate about iRacing IndyCar, was in the Pro Series just last year in the November-October range, and did a great job just trying to put his way through that series. And one of those guys that you always have to watch for. We think of the Red Lines and some of the other teams out there. And Lichtenberg, part of that Team I5G camp, a huge band of iRacers that have specialized in this racing, and they have a ton of fun on the other side as well across the sim. But a lot of times they focus on these huge events, and Lichtenberg, one of those mainstay names, currently running just outside of the top 15.
And just like in the iRacing Indy 500 fix, he's got former iRacing Indy 500 Open champion Christopher Demerit in his ears. He's also got AJ Burton helping him out today as he goes. So that'll be worth keeping in mind as this race progresses. But it is the top 2 that still find themselves comfortable at this phase at the front, but they will now start to give time back, because their tyres are 10-12 laps older than those behind, so they're going to start hitting a little bit of that cliff phase, which they'll try and deal with the Firestones here, doing 41.1s at the moment. Costantini and Malechka in the 41 flat, so they're able to pretty much chisel off a 10th here and chisel off a 10th there, but at the moment it's a case of play to strategy. I reckon they're in the next 6 laps or so here, these front 2.
Yeah, and the gap is plateaued right now at about 5.5, 5.6 seconds, give or take. It changes each and every lap, but that's because 3rd and 4th place, Costantini and Malechka, they're also saving. So it's not like they're being aggressive and pushing up to the front. They're just also trying to make it the distance of this green flag run, to which we've seen this race pass in over the course of the event. How about a good look at Hamilton Akaboezi, who was so close to this win just last Saturday and led a ton of laps in last year's iRacing Indy 500 Open race, and got a good look at what's going on for third and fourth place, and it shows you what I'm talking about. They're doing the same thing that Van de Sande and Kraus are doing. They're not unfamiliar to this style of trying to save and even out as much fuel burn as possible. Akaboezi, though, has been in the perfect spot, kind of in that fourth, fifth place of the racetrack where he doesn't have to deal with that, and he just has to stay back, wait in the draft, and save as much fuel as possible.
Yeah, and just trying to manage this phase of the race. Don't go too aggressive too early out there would be this scenario. Watching there as Michele Costantini moves over to the inside. He is a driver that normally plies his trade with Ferrari HP Esports out there. One fantastic team has got the likes of Erle Steinbroughton in it, for example, and Lorenzo Manfredotti. But you look around at Michele Costantini today, running the virtual racing school livery out there, looking to try and give himself maybe a different style of where he's looking to try and race. We look further back down to 18th position, where Pablo Espes finds himself in the middle of this one with Jesper Orman and Alessandro Bico.
And just to finish that thought on Costantini, he said on social media earlier this afternoon that he's racing that scheme as a special tribute to coming up on 8 years with the virtual racing school, and a special helmet that comes along with it as well. So a very special commemoration there for the driver currently sitting inside the top 4, and this battle continuing on. Those are the two Atlassian Williams sim racing cars of Espes and Bico sort of splitting. Jesper Orman right now, who sits in 19th, and this is probably one of the more intriguing and compelling storylines of this field, is what the mid-pack does. They have to play a lot of reaction to what the guys do at the front based on the strategy, but because they've been in the draft, they're able to save so much fuel. The only problem is they don't spend a time in clean air at all. They have to really adjust the way these race cars handle with the tire wear, plus with the setup and how it's already, whether it's oversteery or understeery over the course of the run. So seeing how these guys are grinding as we get through the first quarter of this race, that'll be very important how they try and play their strategy for the rest of the event, should this stay great.
It's picture in picture in picture. Aaron Vasquez is in the wall. Aaron Vasquez is in the wall and out. So there's your first retiree from the race. It's Aaron Vasquez, who is now found himself there. And I think him and Alexander Russell might have come together. Russell is slow on the back, heading from 3 to 4. And because of that, we are still green, but he's got to find a way down into pit lane.
Yeah, there's a ton of damage there, potentially suspension damage, and he can't even come down pit road because look at the pack of cars that are putting themselves to the inside, and that is a huge disparity of speed. The nose cone is completely torn off, and Russell had nowhere to go as Vasquez stepped out loose at the exit of turn 2 and then caught the outside wall. Russell was right in the path of Vasquez's troubled machine, and I'd imagine Russell just tries to find some space here right on this long back straightaway to put himself right near the grass and get to the pit road access area that's right on the inside of turn 3. Thankfully, he's got enough space, and that evades the first potential caution of the race. Unfortunately, it's the Coke Series star that's out of this one 50 laps in.
Well, in 1/4 of the race, and something would have had to have given at some point. There's Vasquez. Oh, he catches a wiggle on 2. Exactly the same way it happened in the fixed race 1 week ago.
Yeah, the car just catches the inside of the racetrack, and he's right near the rumble strips, which usually unsettles the race car, but that bit of transition can get you out of shape. The rear tires light up. In the attempt to save it off of the throttle, the car just overcorrects right into the wall, and here come the leaders right on cue as we saw them pit earlier in this race. Lap 50, quarter of the way through, they're going to come in this time.
I tell you what, these would be two drivers who'd be quite happy that the caution didn't come out, because they have now the chance to go and make their strategy known. And it's very simple. 20 and now 30 between now and the end of this race. But still, for the moment, keep an eye out on those drivers as they go through. Konstantin Milechka might just be able to get a look here. This is Alexander Russell's perspective of it. So he goes high, or back steps out. Passenger. You don't know how the car's going to bounce off the wall.
Yeah, I mean, that's 230 miles an hour, maybe a little under that you're going in the middle of the short chute to turn 2, and he's running that second line, something that we've seen a couple drivers in the mid-pack do just to gain a bit of that extra grip with all the energy on the bottom, but I mean, there's nothing you could do there. Russell's just at the high side, not enough time to hit the brakes and evade the situation. So such an unfortunate situation for Alexander Russell, who will be caught more than a lap down now. He's 2 laps down and counting as he's trying to repair what is left of that car as it came out of turn 2. Just a heartbreaker there out of that corner, and it shows you just how fast things happen here at Indy. You could be very much in the race, comfortable in the run, one mistake, and it's all gone.
Yeah, and every driver, especially coming up towards the mid to late part of their stints, are looking at trying to keep the rotation in the car as they go through. And that's where those in-car tools come into play, Kenneth. The anti-roll bars that you can change and the weight jacker. Yeah, that really plays a big difference in how these cars handle. And just like Brendan Lichtenberg had mentioned way earlier, you know, you can get a snap of oversteer as soon as you step into that clean air after running in the turbulent air behind other race cars for most of the event. And like I mentioned at the top of the show, when you put so much energy on that inside lane, to which Indy is not really a multi-groove racetrack, you got to be at the bottom to be the fastest. Plus all that tire wear, plus the way the setup is arranged with the weight jacker, the car could overstep in a matter of moments, and those tires aren't going to save you. This car is not a fan of yaw, doesn't like to be sideways with all of that aero on the underbody of the racing machine. So for Vasquez right there, it's a quick end to his iRacing Indy 500 today. Yeah, a fast end, and one that will not be a very happy day to go and make that happen. But again, down low goes Michele Costantini, looking to try and make something happen here after starting from pole last year in the open race. It's a little case of slightly bit further back, P4, but still up there near the front and still looking to try and make a race like this work. With the winner from last year, Robert Malechka the third, couldn't quite get 3 straight, but looking to try and match Brandon Traino with 3 broadcast split iRacing Indianapolis 500 victories, but he's got the difference of having 1 fixed, 1 open, looking for his 2nd open crown. And to do it 2 years in a row is just outstanding. Here's what happened last year, the way that Malechka was able to get to the checkered flag at the end of that, and boy, that one was a fun race that kind of panned out the way this one is right now. It came down to long green flag strategy, and like I mentioned, that relationship between Costantini and Akabuezi, that had formed last year in that race. It had been the duo at the front, saving fuel. There's a good look at how they were doing it. They had to pit early, and as the race stayed green, that's when, you know, the problems came up for them. The distance was too much to overcome, and then by the green flag pit stops, we had tons of changes for the lead, speeding penalties, all of that inside, and Jake, that resulted in just a crazy end to the race that came down to the final 25. Well, it was 176 laps of green flag running a year ago, which brought it down to 24 laps remaining, and we saw a few slides and catches that were trying to get things sorted, but ultimately, with a couple yellows just before the sprint, it was all about who could find themselves there late. That was one of the big hits that we saw late. Another one, bang, upside down and through a helter-skelter ride, but crucially, it was about RM3 getting the double done, but crucially, when he did this was his first, because the fix happened afterwards. That, as they drive over towards the line, was about as close as you can get it here as they try to fight for it. Some brilliant work that went through, but there was the contact in the back, and that pretty much allowed the chance for Robert Malechka to try and walk away. Yeah, that race was far from over. Look at Jason Brophy right in the background, Brendan Lichtenberg among those that were there. Coming to the checkered flag, it was 3 wide at the stripe. Look at the margin of victory, 2 1/1000ths of a second separating Malechka and the runner-up, and that was the one of the 2 victories that you talked about, Jake, and next week winning the fixed setup race in the iRacing Indianapolis 500. So such an impressive resume for the young driver who currently leads this race. I'm sure he would like this one to end with a little less stress coming to the start-finish line. He very much would love to. He found himself right up near the front of the fixed race as well, but contact with another driver out there certainly paid dividend, or put end to that run with Jaden Munoz here with not too long to go. So that put a lot of issues out there for a lot of drivers, and Malechka can't quite get 3 straight, but still looking for a 3rd Indy 500 out there at this point. Working well here, and they're building that gap to about 8/9 of a second. They're doing well. Luke McEwen a little bit further down the order, trying to make progress, up 8 spaces so far in the race, and that puts him from 28th to 20th.
and he's one of the bigger movers of this race. That alongside Jogo Pinto, who's a spot above him, who rolled off 30th on the starting grid, and he's up 11 to P19, just a couple of tenths of second up the road. So these guys have been trying to put themselves in the good place with the strategy, and they've made a lot of progress.
Yeah, they have made some wonderful work out there, but Luke McEwen, new team it looks like on the horizon for him, so taking himself away from the Apex Racing team where so much of his success has been found in his sim racing career. Some drivers do decide to make that call to jump to a different team, go to pastures new, see a different challenge, and I think it's actually a really exciting time out there when I look forward and see what's happened. But the Apex Racing team, probably the greatest creator of British talent out there in the world of sim racing. They were pretty much the part and parcel of what made Sebastian Joad great.
Yeah, and a couple of years ago, they had built a full-on headquarter in the UK, and they had put everyone together at the Apex Racing camp, and they've had a lot of success on the iRacing side, particularly the road racing champion side of things. They are the team when you come across iRacing road racing, but ovals, they've slowly been getting there here and there. They've added a list of drivers that have been specialized at the ovals and have done well. I mean, McEwen was a race winner in the Pro Series last year, and there's Peter Berryman, who won the fixed race last Saturday, still with that Apex Racing team camp, to which he has won so many things across the sim racing space, now up to 11th in his chance to go back-to-back in this race.
Student of the game, Peter Berryman, he accredited in his interview after winning. He said everything he learned from the three-time winner of the iRacing Indianapolis 500, Brandon Traino. That is not a bad mentor to have.
It's not. I mean, that's one of the most successful drivers of the Indy 500, a three-time winner, back-to-back-to-back. He's a driver that's done it all in this type of racing, and so when you have a brain like that, you can pick at the right moments and try to get, mental notes across the way when you're in a high-pressure situation like this. That is just awesome to have a name like that and a driver like that to give you all of those advices as you watch the top 15 go at it. Lebibra leading this three-car train.
Well, this will give you an indication of where everybody came in on their last pit stop. So a few on lap 33, 35 for Malechka and Brophy, 34 for Akabuezi and Soria and Leo. So I look around, Jacob Oster at 36 might be trying to extend this one longer to avoid an extra pit stop at the end of this race should it go green the entire way. And that's what you're trying to play with. The fuel save game saves you a pit stop. How much time will you lose by saving that fuel though?
Yeah, you're going to lose a lot of time, especially when you're all by yourself. And at this juncture of the race where, you mentioned, Jake, just how much the field had thinned out because of that first round of green flag pit stops, it's only going to exacerbate. You're only going to have more distance covered between yourself and other packs of maybe 2 or 3 cars along the way, so you won't have a lot of the draft to play off of. Therefore, it's going to be much harder to save fuel without burning off a ton of time. Here's Costantini, who was the first driver to come down pit road out of the main group of cars, not including Van de Sande Kraus over the first green flag stretch. Took him 30 laps. This time, he's right on cue once again. 30 laps of his stint, Costantini in and out of pit lane.
Yep, and it's a very narrow pit exit because you can't just rejoin on the exit of turn 1 here, as in comes Eduardo Leo to make his stop. It's a case of you've got to take the inside banking, you've got to take the apron all the way towards turn number 2 and onto the exit there. So you have to be very patient on the flat.
Yeah, a lot of drivers try to put so much throttle input. They think they can rotate the car with all of that speed carrying through that little access road, and we've seen mistakes happen from there. Rear tires light up. You're on cold tires as well, so it's a very unpredictably handling race car. It can step out, and out of turn 2, that is super, super dangerous when all the drivers come across at full speed. Here's Robert Malechka coming down pit road, lap 64, and no pit road speeding penalties for all of the guys that we've seen come in here, but I think it's much different here, Jake, than what we saw in that first run. Less of packs coming in, more so 1, 2, or 3 cars. Malechka has at least 2 other IR18s to follow. One of them is Wilson Neto.
And the other one is this, the 14 of Jose Soria, who was out there and looking to try and push. Jason Brophy now taking some time at the front of this field. And Brophy going for a trophy, would certainly love to try and put himself up at the highest echelon and finally get that result that he's been waiting for oh so long. That is the lap down Eduardo Leo behind him, and this is where it gets interesting from those who have pitted compared to those who haven't. If someone who has pitted finds himself along as Munoz and Berryman hit the lane, you can use them as a little bit of a, I would say, a tow along, a tow rope to say, I'll take a tiny bit more slipstream, please.
Yeah, and that plays a big role in it. You go down a long green flag run, like I said earlier, if you're by yourself, you're working so hard just to keep pace, let alone best the pace. So those in front that you have to kind of beat over the course of that undercut strategy. So you get at least one, maybe two, sometimes three drivers with you on pit road. That adds to a couple miles an hour, and over the course of a green flag run, that makes a difference worthy of a highlight. There's Jason Brophy all by himself coming down pit road. He's got Hamilton Akaboise right behind. Chad Simpson will share a spot at the front of the field. He'll lead a lap or two here from Indy. Jacob Oster follows right behind by at least half a second. And look at the three cars that are behind them. Brendan Lichtenberg among those in. Florian Labigra for Team Redline. Christian Hillgo in the number 32 car. All of them in lap 67.
Yeah, it seems like a critical number. 33 to 34, in and around that range is going to be where drivers have found themselves in. Chad Simpson, Club Texas, started 9th position here today and now taking his first laps led at the front and effectively being a very strong piggyback here for car number 4 of Jacob Oster. In comes Simpson now to make his pit stop, and so Jacob Oster moves on to the front. He's got the lap car behind him of Jesper Orman.
And the two Atlassian and Williams sim racing cars are in behind. That's Alessandro Rubico, and then, of course, Pablo Espes, the Spaniard, bringing some more with them. Lucas Prada, Jogo Pinto, Seb Alexander appears to be in. Chris Van Den Ness is also on pit road, and this is where the crossover occurs between Kraus, Van Nessent, and basically the rest of this field. It's them two versus the world. Right now, Jake, they've been trying to put in all of that work. They still have a ton of drivers left to come through, though. 7 drivers that are out there on the track. The top 3 trying to put themselves in a position. None of them on pit road. Lap 68.
Yeah, those are the lap cars behind Jacob Oster, and he's having to do all that work on his own at the front because he's not getting help then from Christian Hildgo, who's there. He's not getting help from Jesper Orman, who is there as well. In comes McEwen, Pedro Palladino in, Jeff Drake into the pits, and Kevin Birrell. 4 more now depart. It now puts Kraus up to 4th as they go, and we got speeding on the lane for Luke McEwen.
That's the first black flag issued to a driver down pit road. I saw McEwen come off of turn 4, looked like a clean entry. And we've seen the smoke come across the Firestone Firehawks for the drivers. Remember, 60 miles an hour on the pit road. As he come across to the line, he clocked in at 85 miles an hour. That is way more than typical speeding. McEwen caught up, and we saw how in the real-life Indy 500, Kyle Larson got tacked out of a chance to win just by 1 pit road speeding penalty. This is Luke McEwen's entry, just way too fast.
Well, he completely whiffed that. No locking of the tyres there at all, as now your final 3 come into the pits and the field cycles itself around again. That was just a case of couldn't get it stopped if he even really wanted to try to. So that is really tough, and McEwen now is probably going to be relying on a caution at some point to try and get himself back into this race. And another 4 seconds, 3-4 seconds over that last stint. They're now up to a 9-second margin here. Philip Kraus and co at the front over Costantini and Malechka.
Remember, it was about 5.5 seconds that split Kraus, Van Nessent, and then everyone else that included Costantini and Robert Malechka. We'll probably see that gap continue to shrink down as the laps progress, but the last thing that Kraus and Van Nessent want is for a further disparity as the run progresses. We saw another driver get a black flag, Jeff Drake, too fast, entering pit road. Him and McEwen will be docked. They have to spend all that time on the pit lane, and they will be a lap down or more. It will be even worse now. It's usually a lap under normal green flag circumstances, Jake. With how far spread we see this field over 71 green flag laps, it's 2 laps down, which is even worse. It's harder to get back around to the lead lap when you're in a situation like that. Jeff Drake is still on pit road.
Well, Luke McEwen's actually got out the car, so I think he's going to retire it after that, which goes to show you just how difficult of a scenario it puts him in. Drake's got to wait for the penalty, and then will have the opportunity to get out, and does finally leave the pit. So McEwen's going to decide that that is going to be that then in terms of racing action for him. Real shame out there, but Jeff Drake now will get the chance to go away. but it's your leaders clear at this moment in time. Van der Sant and Philip Kraus currently out there at this point. And here's a great scrap that continues on. This is Wilson Neto in front, and it's Jose Soria behind. So these two going at it right now and trying to prove what they've got. It's Club Iberia versus Club Brazil out there at this moment in time. And Wilson Neto here will have to let this one go here at turn number 3. Soria back through.
Two guys that started either 10th or worse in this race. Soria locked up 14th on the starting grid when we got the green flag today. Neto locked up just the edge of the top 10. So these guys have made just a bit of progress. For Soria, it's been much more worthy of note comparison to Neto, who maybe gains 1 or 2 here over 73 green flag laps. But fantastic battle that we should see allow Eduardo Leo to get right back in the mix of things, because they have another near 3 seconds before they can get to the car behind in 10th place of Jaden Munoz. It's all they've got. You've got to find your friends. If they are not teammates, you got to work with them to save fuel. And by now, there is no real assistance of a long train of cars to help you in the draft. You've got to start fending for yourself and try to find anyone that's with you to help.
I look at these clubs here on your timing tower right now, each to their own out there. 11 different clubs in the top 11. Oh, sorry, I'd say 8 different clubs in the top 8 right now. Eduardo Leo, the first duplicate for Club Italia.
That's awesome, though, to see all that representation. You know, the iRacing Indy 500 doesn't always attract just the American crowd that has spent a lot of time either growing up with this race in real life, going to the real life Indy 500, or just watching it on TV whenever, you know, Memorial Day weekend comes around. But the international crowd, they love to get a shot at these big time races. And, you know, look at Costantini, like you said, Jake, one of the best drivers to not win a race like this, hailing from Italy. A lot of other guys that have put so much work on the European side of things. And thankfully, this is not a time slot to where it's like 2, 3 in the morning that they're racing right now. It is more like decent evening, around dinner time for them. So thankfully, they've got a good time slot to work in as they try to go for the win.
Yeah, they've certainly got a lot that they can play with. It's not a case they're having to move out of a certain window and having to race in the wee hours of the morning, so to speak. Jaden Munoz in a big scrap right now with Jacob Oster. This going on for 10th and 11th. Chad Simpson watches this one with green-eyed envy. So too does Peter Berryman right now, trying to join this group of 4. And we talk about working together at Indianapolis. It's a very interesting circuit that we've got. Most drivers here will be rubbering in that bottom line out there. Top line's going to have a lot of marbles that's going to develop on it as they go through on the 9.2 degrees of banking.
Yeah, but Peter Berryman had been one of those guys to experiment with that second lane. I noticed in the long green flag run, and even now, he's been using that secondary seam to make some speed. How about special events that are coming up in the world of iRacing next week? Drivers, most of them running this Indy 500 today or throughout the weekend, are going to be strapped in for 600 virtual miles around the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway with the NASCAR stock cars, the Camry, the Mustang, and the Chevrolet in there as well. One of the great special events that tests endurance. And how about 4 hours at Thruxton, getting some of the cars up, the sports cars out there, the Honda Civic, and among many of those TCR machines, Jake. Very fun to see from late May to early June.
I tell you what, Thruxton is a circuit that has my heart pretty much set on it, but there's the big one that comes along. June 6th to June 8th, the 24 hours come into play. Your Nürburgring 24 hours presented by Thrustmaster. I look at the Nürburgring 24 as the hardest 24-hour race that iRacing puts on.
Yeah, that's the green hell. That's the track that everyone wants to master. Lap time recordists want it to be the track that they get a lap record at. Drivers want to win that race. I prefer to stay away from it. I'm very scared of the Nürburgring, but a lot of fearless drivers that would take it on with the GT3 cars. Among, again, some of the great special events that happen across the iRacing year, this being one of maybe 3 or 4 500-mile races that take place from here until late December. So it's really cool to see that not only, you know, oval fans or road racing fans get their fix, everyone is able to get their fix and get their chance at a bit of glory too.
They absolutely do, and there are a lot of big splits that come into play when you get into that scenario, as Jacob Oster, calm as you like, moving through on the inside and getting that pass back on Jaden Munoz. Their little grimace as he goes through turn 3, maybe dealing with a tiny weeny bit of understeer going through the middle of the corner. That'll be right. I'll click 1 on the weight jacker and give myself a little bit more rotation in through with the car. So Jacob Oster's looking around at it going, well, I need to work together. This group currently is 20 seconds off the race lead. If Oster wants to go longer than anybody else, being 20 seconds back, saving a stop, he's not going to be in the right position at the right time. It'll be close, but Kraus and Van der Sant, I think, will still have the run on him.
Yeah, and the good news for Kraus and Van der Sant is that they are still 9.1 seconds above Malechka and Costantini. So we talked about how it was about 5.5 seconds. I anticipated that it would go back down to that level, and I was completely wrong. It's exacerbated. It's gone well for the top two leaders that have decided the crucial undercut. I'd say here, if you're just on the outskirts of the top 10, I think you wouldn't complain if you saw a yellow flag across the speedway. You can get right back in the mix of things, and the last thing you really want to do is be so far out of touch to where you come halfway in this race, and Munoz gets a touch of the outside wall off of turn one. Big mistake as he stepped into the turbulent air behind Jacob Oster.
Well, that's a case of Oster going, I'll see what I can do, as Kraus and Van der Sant hit the pits then, a tiny bit of contact with the wall, and it makes a lot of difference there for the group, because suddenly it's now Chad Simpson who brings himself close. But lap 80 of 200, it's clear what the strategy is between now and the end of this race, and that strategy from Kraus and from the likes of Van der Sant would not have worked if 3 cars came in, KB, would not work if only one of them came in.
You know, between 1, 3, 4 cars, that plays a huge role. And what I noticed between Van der Sant and Kraus is that we remember how surprised we were when they came down at lap 21. We said, hey, that's way too early for them to come into pit road for the strategy. They went exactly 30 laps on their stint of fuel. Here's a second look at how the troubles found Jaden Munoz at the exit of turn 1. And look at the difference in handling from the moment that Oster steps in front to the moment he is clear out ahead. The dirty air kicks in, the understeer is already present, and the car just doesn't turn. You have to lay off the gas pedal, and by that time, it's going straight up the banking. Munoz getting a piece of the outside wall, and now he's dropped to 10th. Not sure how much damage is on that car, whether he escaped with minimal damage or not, but still a big-time hit. It's going to lose him a lot of time.
Yeah, pressure is on now for Jaden Munoz. That hit will be a wake-up call, and look at the group that's starting to coalesce. This is now Kevin Birrell out there with Nicholas Sudik, and Fernando Borda out there. 3-car train that finds itself out there a little bit further down. This is the likes of 27th, 28th, and 29th at this point in time. But crucially, as I look at this group, they are already behind Kraus and Van der Sant. So this group of 3 has lost a pit stop.
And that means Kraus and Van der Sant had an even better advantage in their green flag pit stop situation, because usually you'd see them 31st, 32nd, they'd be at the very back of this field, but they're starting to jump the back end traffic little by little over the run, and their adjustments have helped them stay in the game. You know, a lot of times when you're only 2 cars deep, you can have one little mistake, one misjudgment on the strategy, and that puts you very far behind because you don't have as much support as you'd like to have if there were 3 or 4 cars in the mix of the group. But props on for Van der Sant and Kraus to adjust the way that they have on the strategy and to put themselves good track position, because over a long green flag run, Jake, I mean, we've seen it so hard to pass at Indianapolis once the tires are gone and once you got to deal with a very, very ill-handling IRA team.
Yeah, the moment that you start getting the tiniest bit of the car going away from you, it's very much a case of diminishing returns. You're trying to grab onto a piece of history that just will not stay in its place, and you are knowing how tough it is to go out there and race. It has been textbook from these drivers, Van der Sant and also Philip Kraus, in how to run 2 at the front and try and make sure that the entire race is put on notice, which they are at this stage in time. Running into turn number 3 on lap 85, they will go on to here out of 200, and now they know that they are very soon at a halfway stage, and for a cautionless first half of this race so far, I would say this has been a very, very tactical start to this one. There is Alexander Van der Sant. How important is it for a drive from Club Indiana? It's part of the lifeblood here for him, part of the Hoosier State.
You got Back Home Again in Indiana going right in the speakers of your brain. That's a song you grow up with when you're in the great state of Indiana with the Indianapolis 500, and it's been quintessential, the strategy between Van der Sant and the man right behind him in Philip Kraus. They've been able to play it on the fly, adjust when needed, move through the traffic, and lead a ton of laps. But that's to say, there's still a long race to go. There's still another half of this Indy 500 left, so the strategy could very much change. Maybe they add a driver, maybe they get split if either one of them ends up speeding or has a problem throughout the racetrack. Got to keep an eye on them, though. They should cycle out as the leaders get around to lap 21, 23 of their split and their stint of running. So, Jake, door's going to start to open. They're going to start to shut it on the other drivers here very, very soon. No switch around, though, between the top two, so they're not looking to save at this moment.
No, they are very much in the case of Robert Malechka III. Time to try and build some margin here. Michele Costantini at 0.4 of a second back coming out of turn number 2. Jason Brophy are pretty much at a second, and seeing that rubber band beginning to just fray a little bit as he goes through turn number 3. This is really stretching these drivers as they go out through this stint. They know how important the run is, and over the course of this race, that track temperature has got hotter and hotter and hotter. We're now at 126 Fahrenheit.
And that's exactly what I mentioned earlier in this race, is that should we see it climb, these cars are going to start to handle much worse over the green flag run. And I've already seen plenty of instances throughout the mid-pack. I saw Chad Simpson get sideways middle of turn 1. He had to gather it up and slow down and let Jacob Oster by. You know, we've seen other guys be super tight like Jaden Munoz and come up against the outside wall, to which he's hemorrhaged 4 spots since, and he's down to 14th. Like, do you seen enough of what this track surface is doing, coupled with the fact that it is a very worn down inside lane, so there is only so much you can do to properly rotate this car at around 230 miles an hour, and the lift off the gas pedal is much more dramatic than it was when we started. To speak of Simpson and for Oster, they have allowed Hugo Olsen, that bright yellow IRA team in the background of this group, to step in, make it a 3-car fight for the top 10.
Well, give Hugo Olsen some credit here as they go side by side into one. It's a case of biggest mover in your pack. He's up 14 spaces in this race to get himself into the top 10. And in terms of an opening salvo to this race, Hugo Olsen has proven that he's got moves, and now he's got to try and make sure he navigates through that next pack. So doesn't want to upset Chad Simpson too much trying to go through. Happy to stay as it is in this group of 3 and latch onto the back and just take some easy laps.
I'm kind of thinking that if Chad Simpson and Oster were looking in the rearview mirror and seeing Hugo Olsen pulled up, they wanted to pull out the Sicilian defense and wanted to try and shut him off as much as possible. And Olsen had been one of the aggressors in this race last year. He put himself in the top 5 through the final few laps, and it didn't pan out for him, but we noticed how bright that yellow car was and how aggressive he was willing to be off of turn 4, exiting the corners of turn 2 on this long straightaway, and to be able to slice through the pack. And now he's got a piece of Simpson. He's gonna get a piece of Oster entering turn 3. That's a quick 2 for me. Down to turn 3, Olsen up 2 to 8th place.
Oh, it was so interesting on the radio hearing Olsen and Oster going at it together. Olsen was pleading, please can I go through? I think I'm going to be quicker for you drivers here if I go and decide to attack in clean air. And Oster said, you can have it on the back stretch. Wait, are you going to try and go on your own trying to make this happen? And basically Olsen said, yeah, I think I'm going to be quicker if I just go out there on my own. So Oster now trying to hold himself into play in this group. But it's clear that over the long run, Hugo Olsen's got a rocket ship.
It's also that situation, that hesitation by Oster to say, are you sure you want to do this by yourself? With how this field is separated, you don't want to be alone across this Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You want to have a teammate. You want to have a driver at least within your half a second or so to be around you and make moves, save fuel. So I think it's almost funny that it caught Oster by surprise to say, you're going to do this alone? You're going to try and move up 4.3 seconds to Eduardo Leo all by yourself and try to make a move on? I mean, Olsen is very fast, though, and he does have 2 lap fresher tires than Chad Simpson, that very bright neon car that's hanging around the background and just left off Jacob Oster. It's now 7/10 between those two. But Olsen is being aggressive, and I think that's what you need here as you come across halfway and as the strategy unfolds. You have to weave through track position, or else things are going to get much worse. And how about Philip Kraus taking a peek? That is Seb Alexander, 22nd place, up for auction in turn 3.
Yep, so this is a big one for position here. Philip Kraus is now going to have to start risking his race here. Oh, it's close. Coming out of turn 3. Alexander, not much room. He's got high into the outside. He's actually tagged the wall coming out of 4 as he dives into the pits.
And what's more important here, Jake, is that this move up through the back end of the pack is splitting up Kraus and Van de Sande. They have been nose to tail the entire race virtually, and now they have to deal with a lot more separation. And then if there's a mistake from traffic in front, that could easily roll one up and make this race much, much worse. There was a quick look at Alexander, got a piece of that front wing damage, takes him to pit road immediately. He's fallen a lap down. Now here come the leaders, Malechka, Costantini, taking their trip 6 laps before halfway home.
Michele Costantini absolutely lit them up into the pits. He's got Ben Fuller in his ear today, does Michele, a very close friend of his from many, many seasons worth of running. Back at the Apex Racing team, the two were teammates. So Michele Costantini in the pits, and Malechka gets the jump off the lane and runs through. It leaves Jason Brophy back out to the front of this field then, and 9/10 of a second clear of Hamilton Akabuezi, who is there in second position, keeping himself honest in a race like this and making sure that at the right time he closes up, he gets into position, and he can say he can do a bit more. Wilson Neto also in the pits, and Jose Soria also down there in the lane.
You want to think of perspective, Jake, and how much this race has opened up. 13 near seconds separate first through fifth. That is how wild this race has gone through green flag strategy, and who's starting to get disconnected from the rope. I think they're shutting off supply to the mid-pack of this field to get any sort of leeway through the mid-portion now of this green flag run. Brophy will stay out the extra lap. Akabuezi will also remain out. Eduardo Leo, who's a couple seconds back, will decide this is his time to come in. And remember Hugo Olsen, how long he had spent out on the track being as fast as he is. He's going to pick up top 3 credit 4 laps before lap 100. And crucially, there is where the duo drivers, there's Costantini and the likes of Robert Malechka that'll come out this time by, already cycling through the top 25 or so, currently in the mid-pack, 24th, 25th. That's where they sit.
Yep, so there are certainly drivers looking to try and run forward as the likes then of Nicholas Sudik hits the lane and looks to make a stop. So now the work is, what's the gap? 23 seconds and a half off the race lead for Philip Kraus, 33 seconds off the lead right now for Michele Costantini. So they haven't actually lost very much over that last stint, maybe 1 second maximum.
And every bit of time is what's necessary here, because we noted Van de Sande and Kraus had they'd be up 9 seconds once everyone fully cycled out through the field. You know, they waste a second or so, that's okay, but gaining and losing is going to be very crucial. As long as this one continues to stay green, to which we've gone 97 of them without any trace of trouble. Van de Sande and Kraus 11th and 12th on the racetrack right now, but again, they're waiting for the leaders to come in. Look at the blistering entry to pit road for Jason Brophy. I believe just got the pit road speed limit in enough time. Akabuezi to follow, and Hugo Olsen, for the first time today, will take over the race lead.
Yep, so that's going to be an important change, as Olsen now will take his first laps led out there at this moment in time. So that makes up a really important port of call as they go through, and we're almost at the halfway stage as the likes of Akabuezi also down in on the lane too. So we now start sitting towards that halfway stage. They've gone longer than they did in the Indy 500 fix without a caution.
And Jake, big-time storyline. The fixed winner from last Saturday, Peter Berryman, is out of this race. It didn't seem like there was a trace of speeding entering pit road. You know, we saw that earlier on with Luke McEwen, where he came down, oversped, and said, all right, well, that's my race. Berryman has come in, came down as routinely as possible, and I think we're going to try to get more details on what happened there, but Berryman clocked it out, and the driver trying to go for 2 in a row out of this race before halfway.
Well, trying to work it out here, coming down into the lane. He very much hit the limiter the way he wanted to, but as he came in, got his stop, there was nothing untoward I saw from Peter Berryman. So that, I would say, would indicate that he's just not been able to get what he's wanted. Only thing I can think is something technical's happened on his end that's meant that it's impossible for him to continue. But effectively, Peter Berryman said, nah, not for me, I've got my win.
That's so odd, though. I mean, you think of how solid of a race he was having, and yes, the strategy has pulled out the rest of this field by a thread, as here's Chad Simpson coming down pit road. He'll be followed down the lane by a couple of the Atlassian Williams sim racing cars. Pablo Espes and Alessandro Bico will make their move in simultaneously. But that's such an odd move. You know, Berryman was sitting in the top 15. He had a clean race up until that point. And like you said, no tracing of speeding. Didn't look like he made a mistake that he would quit for. Just maybe outside circumstances are taking him out of this race, but that is a huge shame, as here come the top two, the bright yellow machine, Olsen, the green machine of Oster. They're in at lap 100.
They are, and so as they make their stops, in finally comes Prada and Pinto. Now that's going to be important to note, because Van der Sant has been very bottled up over the last 10 laps or so. Philip Kraus has been able to build a gap.
And that came down, Jake, to them cutting through the traffic when they were going through 22nd, 23rd, 21st on the racetrack. I noted a bit that separation between Kraus and Van der Sant and how important that would be, because you spend so long within half a second or less of each other switching around to save some fuel. Kraus, as long as he doesn't hold up here, he will be putting Van der Sant in the dust. They're not in a range to which they can draft together and play that perfect strategy that they had been implementing all race long. So Kraus has a big decision to make, whether he wants to lay back, let Van der Sant have a bit of the draft, or whether Kraus has said, I'm done using you for now halfway. I'm going to go my own route. For right now, it's still a second between the two, and they've got so much time. Still 9 seconds back to Robert Malechka, who's taken over third.
Well, I tell you what, Van der Sant is really digging down deep here. He's taken about 0.4 of a second over the last 2 laps, so he really wants to get back here to Philip Kraus. He really wants the group to work together, but that's Lucas Prada, who's about to go 1 lap down with Simon and Birrell, the last takers, down into the lane. We'll take another look at this then as they came in. This is Lucas Prada, and he absolutely tries to get it down. And does he get by Diogo Pinto in the lane? Oh, you bet he does. That is some skill there by the Czech driver.
Look at how close that was, though. Pinto had to back up, and there was the overshoot there in a pit lane. That's a big mistake that'll cost you time for Prada. But not only was there the pass coming down into the lane, but Pinto had to make that quick adjustment and say, hey, my pit stall is right here. I have to hop on the brakes and make sure I don't run you over while you're getting by me. You know, it's very tricky when you go side by side down pit lane, because the pit stall can be anywhere. We've seen contact on pit road in real life and in the sim happen many times before. So how about that quick avoidance by the tested Diogo Pinto, as one more comes down pit road in the background, and we'll cycle out officially with Kraus in the race lead.
Yeah, that's Jeff Drake, who, of course, had the penalty earlier on, jumping down into the lane. 104 of 200. A reminder for everybody who's watching, when we do get cautions, or if we do get cautions, it's a case of they don't have a lucky dog. They've got to try and earn their lap back by staying on track. But more importantly than that, laps 197 to 199, we don't have green-white checkers. So if the caution comes out between 4 and 2 laps to go, that's it. We wrap it up. We go home.
That's what happened last Saturday, Jake. You and Joe Peak were a part of that call when you saw the caution come out with 4 to 3 laps to go, and all of a sudden Pierre Berryman was just enjoying the fruits of his labor, watching that race, watching the checkered flag come down to sitting behind the iRacing official pace car. A little bittersweet when you have a race end under yellow, though, because you want to go out and put your best foot forward in the final few laps under green, but if you're that race leader and the field's frozen, you got to take that victory. It's still going to be very special to go out and win the race.
So we're going to take a little look back here on Kraus and Alexander, I do believe, as this is what happened to them as they went through turn 3. As close can get, but this is what happens for Alexander. Just gets pinched up into a place of nowhere to go. Goodbye left front wing, and that's a case of try and hold on to that and dive into the pits. Hits the wall as well coming out of 4. That is about as close as we've come to a caution, with the exception of Aaron Vasquez.
Minuscule contact between those two drivers, and I'm sure Kraus didn't really see that he would catch the front wing of Alexander's machine and take him proverbially out of this race. You know, I think Kraus was just trying to cut through the traffic. Car didn't steer in enough time to turn 2, and it was just cutting the fine margins of distance between himself and the other car around him. But thankfully, we stayed green. Seb Alexander was able to hit pit road, but you think of how his race has unfolded. He's a lap down in contention with a couple of other drivers to be that first driver a lap down, which is currently the Argentine Fernando Borda, which is the 15 car back in 25th place. So Cutting through traffic, it not only separated the top 2 leaders, but it nearly brought out the yellow flag. And what's even worse for Kraus here, the 2-time winner in the Pro Series late last year, he's got 3 cars to get by in the waning laps. Lucas Prada.
Caution!
And there's the caution out. For the first time, it's Jesper Orman. Outside wall tap. His car is spun around on the banking. He's come to a halt. And after 107 green flag laps, Jake Sperry, we are under the yellow flag from Indy.
Well, Orman was running around with Diogo Pinto. He's slow to let him go through, and Pinto has just straight run up the back of him, unsure of what was being communicated through the corner. It's a bizarre incident out there at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but one that means 107 laps of green flag running. Throw all your strategy out the window.
And there was nowhere to go for Diogo Pinto. Saw that Orman had slowed up considerably entering turn 3. Pinto didn't move out of the way until it was way too late, and a contact is made. Orman gets sent up to the outside wall entering turn 3. And wow, think of how long we've gone. The green flag strategy has been considerably changed now with this yellow flag. Kraus and Van de Sande will see the iRacing official pace car for the first time since before the drop of the green flag.
It tells you all you need to know. 75 straight minutes of green flag running, and click your fingers, it is gone. And so now the question becomes where they are in their strategy, because they are very close to their pit stop window, actually, of 110. That would have been when they would have come in and made their pit stop on 30-lap cycles. So they're going to have to now try and go about 32, 33. Now here comes the takers in the lane. They're going to be some of the first ones in. And I don't think everybody is going to make the call to come in and make the stop. Jason Brophy has stayed out, and so too does Jacob Oster.
It makes sense, though. They had only gone about 7 laps on their stint or so before that caution came out. So they're not thinking we want to waste an extra set of tires and come down to fuel. We want the track position, even if it means we're going to have less rubber for the rest of this race. We know that everyone can still try to go. We need at least a stop or 2 before this race is all said and done. So why not take the risk if you've been on the back foot the entire day? Here's the runoff of pit road. Kraus just barely getting by Van de Sande, and the rest of the field will follow suit. There's Malechka, Costantini, Akabuezi, and what's most important is that all of them, and I mean all of them, will be caught up together. Let's dial up the second look at how this all unfolded. It's a rather bizarre incident on the back straightaway, Jake. You watched Jesper Orman, that gold and blue car, as he's down the back straightaway. He pins it to the outside wall. Here's the look on board from Diogo Pinto, running behind routinely through traffic. And there will be the tap from Orman right in front. His car shaves off a ton of speed right about here. And I'm not sure if there was a mechanical issue or what.
Oh, hit the wall.
The car slows down. You know, those tires are getting right up against the wall. Pinto doesn't back out of the way, and there's nowhere to go. Catches the rear wing of Orman's machine and sends him sliding through the entry of turn 3. And huge wing damage for Pinto, who will send his race down pit road and will still be repairing his car as of right now.
A 2-time Porsche Tag Heuer iRacing champion out there, Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup champion. He has been in a position where he's been pretty much in the doldrums all day long, and that hit pretty much sums up the Portuguese driver's day, and he finds himself then with a lot of damage. Those at the front then, who are staying out there at this point, will gain their lap back. So Alexander, Birol, Sudik, Border, those drivers will all gain a lap back, as well as Jeff Drake, who's got to try and gain a couple more laps back out there. They will get the pass by here of the iRacing sedan safety car, which will allow them that opportunity now to move to the field at the front. 4 drivers elected to not make a pit stop here at this stage of the first caution of the race. Jason Brophy, Jacob Oster, Alessandro Bico, and Tamas Simon.
Mind you, Jake, 3 of those 4 drivers that have stayed out, all of them started this race outside of the top 10. And Shimon now is the biggest mover up, 28 places from 32nd on the grid to 4th right now because of this yellow flag call to stay out on the speedway. That's exactly what I mentioned, you know, for these guys who have spent the bulk of this race in the mid-pack, and maybe other than Jason Brophy, who has spent, you know, good amount of time in the top 5 and seeing what the strategy's been like for the leaders, they want the track position. They don't care how old their tires are right now. doesn't seem to be that big of a difference to create, a situation where the leaders are standing still and everyone just blows by them. They can play defense, they can hold their ground as we get ready for the first green flag restart of the day.
Jason Brophy will have control of the field. Lap 1-1-1 will be what we come back to as the iRacing sedan pace car will make its way over down to the left-hand side as it pulls towards pit lane. For Jason Brophy, it's a case of can he go where he couldn't do 1 year before. Green flag in the air, and we're back underway at the Brickyard.
Look at the sluggish start by Tomasz Simon. Could not get his car to go. Kraus is hounding on the rear wing as they enter turn 1 for the first time on the green flag restart. Malechka and Costantini try to peek to the move on the inside on Alexander Van de Sande. Now Costantini will try and take over 7. And on the inside of the racetrack, Jacob Oster looking for the lead to turn 3.
Yeah, he said he's not mad, said Brophy as he went through. He knows how important this race is. Philip Kraus down low, trying to get the pass done through turn 3 and to 4. Tomasz Simon's not wanting to give this one up. Holds around the outside of 4. Now can pick up the slipstream from Alessandro Bico. And we got great racing in play. Brophy back to the inside, moves to the inside, takes the lead back.
This isn't a case of they have such old tires that they will be left in the dust. They can hold on. They can play defense. And as rough of a restart as we saw from the Hungarian of Tomasz Simon, he did a whale of a job keeping Kraus in the rearview mirror, staving him off until they head to turn 3. There's that pink and black Dallara IR18 making the move to the inside as Oster steals the race lead again as they enter the third quarter. Kraus has made his way through. He steps up to 4th, and now all eyes on the top 3 with the oldest set of Firestones in this field while Van de Sande goes by Shimon. Battle for the lead once again to turn 1.
Yeah, they will now make that charge again. Brophy moves back to the front. Oster happy to play this transfer game. They've still got a tiny bit of buffer right now in the form of Alessandro Bico in the Atlassian Williams sim racing machine. But there is Philip Kraus really starting to charge his way forward. Van der Sande now through on Tomasz Simon. Costantini will be eyeing it up. Here we go, too wide, too deep into turn 3. Oster to the front, and there goes Kraus now to P3.
Textbook move by Kraus to get the inside on Bico. Both of the moves through the traffic have been made down that faithful back straightaway. And the good news from this single file restart, Jake, is that Kraus has had enough space to operate. A lot of times when cars are packed in together, you're dealing with such disastrous checkups that it could take you out of momentum swings in your favor, but that he had space to Tomasz Simon. He can make a move without any pressure with the car in front for checking up. He makes the move on Bico. Now he has a ton of space to work with right before he gets to Oster and Brophy, and while they're going side by side for the race lead, only more lost time for Kraus to take advantage of. Van de Sande, his fellow teammate and player in hand, will be right behind in 4th, and now the fresh tire cars charging to the front to lap 115.
They are certainly trying to make some movement known as now here comes a sense of opportunity. Brophy once more will pull himself to the front, but suddenly on the scene is Philip Kraus. In 2021, he picked up a fixed 500 crown that he was very happy about. He won it under caution. He will look to try and invoke memories of 4 years ago to try and get back to victory lane, to kiss those bricks once more here in the open for his first open 500 victory. Down into turn number 3, and Oster, who is one of the best to never do it out there, and he's been close on many occasions. He looks around and is probably one of the greatest thinking drivers in this field. He's always got something up his sleeve.
But he's got 2 very experienced IndyCar Americans right behind him that have spent many a year on the iRacing sim, racing and getting to know the ins and outs of this Dallara IR18. And with that, Brophy takes away the race lead back to turn 2. Kraus, this moment last year, was not in a moment to win the race. He had clocked in 14th in the open race at the Indianapolis 500 on iRacing. And for a driver who came home 2nd in the IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing Pro Series just last year, he's looking to find this magic moment. Couldn't even get the Indy win in league play. 4th place it was for him. Now charging on the top 2 leaders with a chance to take the top spot again.
Well, here comes the momentum, and Brophy's got nothing for it. Jason Brophy goes. Is it 2 for 1? It is! Big move down to the inside. Philip Kraus leads again.
And now you got to ask, where does Van der Sant lie in this equation? There's still a strategic play in this race to go. As long as we stay green, Van der Sant couldn't unleash a move on Brophy. He's not close enough to any of those guys in the remaining podium spots, so he's got to work very hard. That white and purple IR18 trying to cut through the top 5 with Biko in tow, and Philip Kraus gets to enjoy clean air for the first time in a little while. There's a look on board with the Indiana native of Van der Sant just now getting a run on Brophy. This could be the slingshot, the third one that he needs for third.
Keep an eye out on lap 140. That's going to be a magic number. You got one pit stop after that one for drivers who look to come in as we focus on the Indiana native. Now in 4th position, he's got to try and pick them off one at a time. Get closer to Jason Brophy, who was right up there about 5th or 6th in this race before deciding to make the call. I don't want to come down into the pits. I'm going to do something different out there that only 3 others behind me thought to do. And Van der Sant now looking to try and gear this one up, try and find an opportunity where the moves can be made. And remember, Van der Sant, the moment he starts looking around, Alessandro Bico's not lost all his pace. He's still there. He's still very much a part of it. Here comes Van der Sant.
And a ton of these guys have gotten their warm cycle in on their tires, and even if they are older sets of Firestone Firehawks, they still have speed, and most importantly, they have the draft, so they're just getting pulled along these 2.5 miles around this rectangular Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They've been able to hang in, and that's very good news. But I'd say even if you're Jason Brophy, you're losing spots right now, but you're not hemorrhaging as much as you would have if you came down pit road with everyone else. You would have had to be the aggressor and make the offensive moves, to which I'm not sure if Brophy had enough confidence in himself at that point in the race to make that. So it's a solid call by these guys. They haven't fallen off that much. They've stayed in the draft. They're hanging in the top 5 or at least the back half of the top 10. So I'd say a proper call. Only problem is, of course, they have to pit early. But for right now, track position is in their favor.
This is a game of how much fuel do you have left. The pit window, 30 to 34 laps, is going to be ideal. If you're in max fuel safe mode, 36 to 37, you can get it done. You've only got a 70-litre fuel tank to go and play with. Doesn't sound like much on paper, as around the outside of 3 to 4, Alexander Van der Sant. Wow, that's a big move.
That's a Van der Sant by Van der Sant there in turn 3. Wonderful move on the outside. Oster did not have the grip, and now Van der Sant wants more. Peek of the inside. Race lead, turn 1. He's got it. Alexander Van der Sant for the first time in a little while. Back to the point from Indianapolis.
I tell you what there, KB. That was like watching a game of Chinese checkers. It was a case of jump, jump, jump. Suddenly I'm in the race lead.
You know, it's quick progression, right? Now, Kraus just wants the retaliation here. And if you want to experience all of this, this is part of the magic of running this IR18 on the iRacing service. And if you want to visit iRacing.com, that's where you can save up to 40% on a brand new membership. A lot of these guys have been in the sim for a while, but that doesn't mean you can't join in on the action and maybe yourself win an iRacing Indy 500 one day. Battle for the lead again. Van der Sant to the inside. He has it on Kraus, who will play a bit of the defense here for a moment. And as long as they're pulling away from Jacob Oster, Jake, that is the biggest point of play, let alone those old tire cars. Let them fend for themselves and pull away from everyone else.
Now, I look at Kraus and Van der Sant. They've been able to jump on through. Everybody else hasn't. So I look at Akabuezi, Michele Costantini, Robert Malechka, Jose Soria, Hugo Olsen. None of them have been able to jump through those 4 cars. And ultimately, it's just those 2, Kraus and Van der Sant, the only 2 who have been able to get out of the quagmire and get themselves moving forward here in Speedway Indiana. I look around at these 2. They've been working so well all day long, and now they are building up a wonderful resume on why they are A and A1 contenders for this race.
They've been so important. But think back to the point that I made a little earlier on in this show. Right after that restart, the amount of space that had helped Van der Sant, you know, it helped Kraus more than Van der Sant, of course, but for the likes of Costantini and Akabuezi, they didn't have that luxury of having that space where Thomas Simone had checked up off the restart, to which he's holding on to P6 right now. But you look in the rearview mirror from Thomas Simone's machine, and no one's making a move. Costantini and Akabuezi don't pick up the draft. They're not in a position to slingshot to the inside or the outside and make a move. Again, they didn't have the space. They were on the back end of the checkups through the field as they were just getting back to full song. But that will very much, if this race stays green, just hamper them further, as Van der Sant and Kraus can now put a gap on Oster. and then make it much more tougher for Costantini and Akaboise to make their aggressive moves noticed in the final half.
Tamas Simon is a former pro stripe when it came to the Turn Racing Grand Prix iRacing series. He is a driver who knows how to be quick and has been quick on many an occasion before. So he is certainly someone who can threaten at each and every single point of a race. His quiet run now brings himself in, and the trading continues at the front. Van der Sant back to the point, gets by Philip Kraus and makes that move. But this is where it's going to get interesting here, because Oster and Brophy and Biko and Shimon, they're going to be the first four that jump in. That will create a massive pocket for Costantini to try and close down in, which he can't do at the moment.
You know what I noticed here, Jake, was that Jason Brophy is on the oldest set of tires from the main group of guys that did stay out over the last and only caution flag of this race. The difference between himself and most of the pack that came in is 11 laps. Remember, Van de Sant and Kraus, when they pitted under green at lap 21, most of the field came in around lap 31 to 32 and even further down. So that gap doesn't seem to be that improbable to overcome given the circumstance. Only problem is, it's only going to be 4 to 5 cars that come down pit road, but it's enough of a gap to where you can come down and the others will cycle through.
Down to 75 laps to go here in the iRacing Indianapolis 500 Open. Let's take a look at where we have been over the course of today. 107 laps worth of green flag running, and the front of the field was very much decided early on by decisions. That was the first real incident out there. How it didn't throw a caution, I have no idea, between Aaron Vasquez and Alexander Russell, but it was a game of trading and who was able to build a margin at the front. Small taps on the wall pretty much here, there and everywhere. Seb Alexander in the front wing.
It's a game of fine margins, and here was the only caution flag of the race. Jesper Orman getting the wall and Jogo Pinto getting the rear end. And here's where it leaves us now. Strategy call with 4 cars staying out. Kraus and Van der Sant back in control of the iRacing Indianapolis 500. There's the move from Kraus to the inside to get underneath Jason Brophy. The 2-for-1 entering the first corner to take away first. And then Van der Sant with that power move to get right where he is. And they are now just about 7/10 above Jacob Oster. Even further down the running order, Jason Brophy, with them still at least 1 pit stop remaining until the end of this race for the entire field.
And let's say this does go all the way and drivers are going to be close. They do have fuel maps that they have available to them. They've got fuel maps 1 through 8, but they'll mainly only use 1 through 5 out there over the course of racing, as the fuel delivery in 6 and 7 actually modulates the throttle a little bit, so that it's a little bit easier to put your foot down. So when you've got 6 and 7, drivers don't really like using that when it comes to the open setup. They like the modes 1 through 5 and then mode 8 for safety cars.
And they also just like the way that these cars are able to be tinkered with over the pit stops. That 1 yellow flag was important not because it broke the rhythm of the race, but it allowed all of the guys with their teams to figure out what they needed in the adjustments, from the tire pressures to other things that they can kind of mess with in this IR18. And so that's what makes these open setup races so fun. You can touch every in and out of this race car and make it to your liking, preference it to your driving style, and go out and put on a show. We've seen that happen so far with the teams, and Kraus and Van der Sant, I think, have dialed in their cars perfectly to hold on to the front.
Now, Fernando Borda and Seb Alexander were both in need of finding a very, very quick caution to come out, because they had to go around and avoid the pits on that run because they needed the lap back. So they will now drop the lap again as they make that stop and look to try and bring themselves in. Middle of the pack, Chad Simpson there with Pablo Espes and Christian Hildgo. We haven't really talked about car number 32 in this race at the moment. The P1 Docks machine is looking to try and charge on through and gain some places, but Hildgo has had a quiet day in the middle, -1.
Yep, he's run through the top 15 for most of this race, and that can be said for a lot of others. Florian Lebigra rolled off 19th, and he's only +2 through 130 laps. It's been tough at the mid-pack to really stand out and annotate yourself amongst the group. A lot of these guys have just been hanging around in the strategy, and that caution put them together with a bunch of other drivers, sure, but it hasn't really changed their idea of this race. and they're probably going to need a lot of yellow flags in order to make themselves notable. There is Nicholas Sudik, who was one of the drivers that got his way in after Nick Ottinger didn't put himself registered for this afternoon's iRacing Indy 500, despite qualifying through the top 33. And Sudik, as the first driver who entered in, 33rd on the starting grid, he comes down pit road from 24th.
Yep, so that again, a case of one of those who was a lap away, trying to make some progress. A little bit further back here, exit of 4. Jose Soria holding the top 10. Hugo Olsen there, and ever keeping in the range. You can see the Team Redline car of Eduardo Leo, who wants to try and move on up, and probably is relying on a couple issues out near the front to make something happen. We're going to see these drivers now maybe get a little bit more desperate out there as the laps tick down, because you get twitchy. You start thinking out there, Kenneth, surely that, you know, there is something in this race I've got to do, and I don't want to be the one that decides I can't do anything and throw it in the wall.
You really don't want to throw away your race at all, you know, given the circumstances. Here comes Jason Brophy, needing to come down pit road through the 34 laps that he put on the racetrack right at the end of the fuel window. Brophy is in at lap 133, and there's a huge crash. Chad Simpson and Pablo Escobar go sailing into the inside wall. They were side by side through the short suits of 3 and 4. They made contact as they were coming down to the yard of bricks in an attempt to get each other even, and they slam hard into the wall. Second caution flag with 68 laps to go.
It starts right at the point of exiting turn 4, and neither of them wanted to yield, and a case there as they go through. Jason Brophy absolutely frustrated, and I'll give you the reason why. He's in the pits and the caution goes out on him.
Yeah, he's gonna fall a lap down, possibly. He's gonna get trapped in the middle of this caution flag sequence. Van Isen and Kraus were trying to pick up the iRacing official pace car. And what a hellacious crash off of turn 4. You know, I noted that Simpson had kind of been falling back. You noted that Pablo Escobar was on the inside. That was our best battle of the top 15 up until then. They were fighting for top 14, top 13 credits when that caution came out. And it was a huge, huge incident. We'll see if we can get that second look in a moment for you. But, yeah, that is a very aggressive situation. And such a frustrating moment for Brophy. I'd imagine, I mean, he came down thinking, I have to do this. You know, I'm going to be okay on strategy. You know, yellow flag comes in, that throws a wrench in everything.
And what makes it worse is behind him, Jacob Oster, Alessandro Bico, Tamas Simon made the same call as him on that last caution, and they get rewarded for going longer.
Yep, they stay out that extra, maybe what, 300 feet, staying out of the racetrack, not making that call. And I was thinking, you know, they were going to come in a bit later, but that was the situation that Brophy was in. He had the oldest set of tires of anyone in the field. You think of the other guys that stayed out, they still had fresher tires to work with. So they had a bit more of a green flag run to use before they inevitably would have come down. Well, now they're going to follow everyone else. I'd say their strategy worked out for track position because they have it. They're in the top 10, and now everyone is in.
I think Jason Brophy got away with it, actually, as he goes around out there on circuit. So he'll actually move up. So now it's a case of how they go. Jason Brophy, I think, just got away with it. So he's very lucky there as he's went on through. Now here we go. Espes out of 4. He gives himself everything he can. But look at this. He comes back along. Espes pinches, and Chad Simpson here. They're leaving each other no room out there. And 2 into 1 just doesn't go. Espes upside down for the second consecutive week.
You're going so fast, you make such small contact, it's going to completely eradicate any sort of momentum you have, and it just chases that bright neon and blue car of Chad Simpson right into the inside wall alongside Espes. What a disastrous crash. Huge time flipping through the pylon, going into turn 1. And I'd say for both of them, very, very frustrating way to end this race, particularly in Espes and Chad Simpson. You know, we mentioned the mid-pack battles and how they were a little compelling, how they were going to stand out amongst the crowd. We'd seen moments from both Espes and Simpson. Well, now they have to settle in with damaged race cars and a race that is basically over at this point.
Well, let's take a look at who are gainers and losers in that pit stop window. Of course, Brophy just about got away with it and will now lead. but I'm looking around. Costantini has got himself up to third, Malechka into fourth. Biko and Oster dropped down because they had to take longer service with the fuel. And Tamas Simon now behind Jose Soria. So now that puts them in the lower halves of the top 10. So that gives you a little bit of information out there that you've got the best of the best up at the front. Brophy, Van der Sant, Kraus, Costantini, Malechka, Akabuezi. All 6 of them, you could say, is a lock-in pick to win this iRacing Indianapolis 500.
You know, all of them have spent laps up at the front, and they have commanded it well. You know, part of it was through the strategy that happened through the portions of this race, but all of them have had great setup cars. Their teams have given them a lot of support, and they've done well enough to position themselves in here. But the real question you got to ask is, what is go time? Still 65 laps to go. There's a long way to go on strategy. You need at least one stop to make it to the checkered flag, so got to think about that as well. I'd say at least under 50 to 45 laps to go. That's when the drivers start pushing that go button. That's if we don't have a caution that puts us to the end. And I may very well have just commentator jinxed that, but you never know.
You never do, but one thing is for certain. They are down to just one money pit stop away from the end of this race going along for them. They've all got to try and make it 33 to 34 laps at this point. When the pace car dives in, we will have 64 laps to go at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and the pace car will come in at the end of this lap. So when you look at Jason Brophy, who got a very lucky break there at the pit stop, Van der Sant and Kraus, who have been near the front all day, Costantini, Robert Malechka the third, going for back-to-back. And then Hamilton Akabuezi, the prince, some would say, of the IndyCar field on iRacing. Pace car dives in. It's Jason Brophy with control. And we start up once again on the streets of 16th and Georgetown.
And Michele Costantini gets a wonderful jump on former race leader Philip Kraus. They'll be side by side at the entry of turn 1, and that's a pivotal move by the Italian driver. Makes his way right in between the two that had been so dominant on strategy throughout the whole race, and a flying car off of turn 2. Wilson Neto goes sailing to the inside wall alongside Jaden Munoz, who's spinning on the straightaway, and we're still green.
He was down in the infield. Munoz there. A second car spun out as it went through. Florian Lebigra just about avoided it there. Somehow it stays green, and there were 2 cars. Wilson Neto was the first contact with Lucas Prada that sent the chain reaction as it went through. Somehow we avoid dramas through, but Alexander Van der Sant's at the front, and it's a cavalcade of drivers behind. Malechka now into second. It's Brophy who's third. Akabuezi now into 4th position. Costantini miles back.
I don't know how that crash did not ignite a yellow flag, not because of the spin of the inside wall underneath the grass. That's under the racing line, but Munoz had put himself back onto the back straightaway, and here is how it's all unfolded. Oh, and there's huge contact there as Pablo, or rather Wilson Neto, had made the contact. He goes sailing up into the air, catches the inside wall, and Jaden Munoz, once again, from last week to this week, gets caught up in a late race crash, and somehow, even worse, it does not ignite the yellow flag, and their Indy 500s are done. It's over with 62 laps to go. Malechka now the race leader. Van der Sant in hard chase down the back straightaway. And here's a look at the back half of the top 10, holding on to 8th, Eduardo Leo, the last car in this little pack of cars through 9th.
Yeah, the side-by-side behind is Soria and Costantini, who might miss the bus, so to speak, as they go through turn number 4. You've got Leo and Oster then together. Biko in there, Akabuezi, Brophy, Kraus, Malechka and Van der Sant. For the first real time, we start seeing Robert Malechka III starting to flex his muscles, because he knows that at the pivotal point, at the money point of the race, being near the front is what he has done so well. Looking to try and redeem back after what happened 1 week ago with Jaden Munoz. He's now starting to make something happen, and moves being made as they go through. Here goes Alessandro Biko to the inside of Akabuezi. He looks to try and get through on the young Prince, but he can't do it because he's on the outside. Akabuezi's got drive.
Remember, there's still one more pit stop left in this race, Jake, but who's to say this race will go with another yellow flag down the lane or without another yellow flag? You could easily have another break in the action that evens out the strategy, so why not be aggressive? Why not, if you're Alessandro Bico, make a move up to the front and try to get under Soria? Wonderful switch over to turn one. They're able to set it out single file, and there's a lap car up the road that'll give Malechka a bit of draft as they snake trail down the back straightaway.
First time we've seen that with 60 laps to go. Soria was nearly in the wall at turn one, trying to sneak through on Alessandro Bico. Just about avoided drama there as they continue on. But they are now starting to put themselves in an interesting position with Jeff Drake right in front of them. Now, how does this piece of lap traffic play? Because he's trying to keep one lap down.
One thing you want to keep in mind if you're Malechka, get around the lap car first and then put the distance between yourself and Van de Sant and go. You know, he's wasting the most fuel, but for right now, this race has gone as chaotic as ever. We could very well see another yellow. He is still in the draft of Drake, still too far to make a move. And for the crucial moment, Van de Sant is not there in enough time. How about 3 wide? Further back to the top 15. Tamas Simon among those in the middle. Christian Hildgoed and Michele Costantini trying to fight his way through the back half of the top 15.
I don't know what happened at last stop for Michele Costantini, but it seems like he's put a couple of the bricks into his car. It looks like he's got about 50 kilograms of ballast over the course of this stint. He is struggling.
And him and Malechka have been so strong over this race. Now in the middle of dirty air and traffic, Hildgoed's going to send it right in front from turn one, and there's nothing Costantini can do. Look at the gap. It's about 6/10 and growing between themselves and the car that's up the road. 11th place, the Frenchman, Florian Lebigre. So we mentioned earlier in this race how the last thing you want to do is get fully disconnected from the pack as the tires wear down. Costantini is ending up in a very dire strait, as we'll try to get a replay and see how it all happened.
Well, this is what happens, and we take a look. This is Christian Hildgoed's perspective of where you go in an instant like this. You look around, you sense where's the instant in front. There it is, underneath it all. How do you avoid that? Christian Hildgoed, what a save!
There's nothing you could do but just cut through the middle and put your fingers together and pray that it all works out. And for Hildgoed, he somehow escapes a flying race car from the roof. You know, that's a very interesting perspective when you have a race car flying. You're like, that's not how that's supposed to work. But Hildgoed escapes with no damage. He's still in contention to the top 15. And that's just how close it can get here at Indy. You've got flying race cars. You've got very fast speeds. Anything can happen in a moment. And that was pure survival.
Here's a look with Michele Costantini, Tamas Simon to the inside at turn number one. And I think that's a very big face of resignation, as close as you want. Tags the wall coming out of turn two, or towards turn two, sorry. Michele Costantini, well, when it rains, it pours for him. He's one of those drivers that we keep saying, any given Saturday, he is a threat. But now it's going to be another year, it feels like, where the promise just does not match the potential.
He's had outstanding highs in his sim racing career, but Jake, that also follows with a ton of lows. And right now, he is reaching the bottom end of this race for him, luck-wise. He's been trapped in the mid-pack as he's trying to put himself forward. They're side-by-side up the road. Hamilton Akabuezi nearly put himself in trouble. That was Jacob Oster and Jason Brophy among those that are around, or rather, Eduardo Leo that's right in the middle for P6.
I tell you what, Oster ran high, had to really lift off of it, catch the wall. Akabuezi put themselves too wide. I was so scared for Eduardo Leo, who was going to think about shooting the gap down the middle. That's why I was like, oh my word, don't do that. So ultimately, it's a case of stay where you are. Eduardo Leo right now holding that station behind Jacob Oster. They crucially haven't lost draft, so they can continue on behind Jason Brophy. But for the moment here, there's now a big gap here as Alexander Van der Sant is trying to check out here with Jeff Drake.
He is pulling away, and remember, Malechka had tried to get a bit of the draft here on Drake's rear wing, but it didn't quite pan out. Van der Sant was aggressive, made the move and say, well, if you're not going to pull away, I am. And with one pit stop left to go in the race, that means he can overcut a little longer than usual. The real big point of it is if Kraus is able to follow in suit and potentially join Van der Sant in a strategy they have been joint-handedly all race long. Malechka is the one car separating. Kraus is about a tenth or two behind, so he's still very much within striking distance. but that is a big confidence move by Van de Sande. He's going to take the lap car with him, and it's 0.7 of a second back to P2.
Well, you take that in a heartbeat, but will that gap close by another 1/10 of a second here as Malechka now gets the drive out of turn 2 and looks to try and bring that back in, dragging along Philip Kraus and Jason Brophy, Oster and Leo and Akabuezi, Soria, Olsen, Biko, Labigra, Hildgo, Simon. It goes back to there, on with a look with Alexander Van der Sande, just ever as calm as he normally is. He's a fantastic thinking mind out there as he looks to try and go through, and he's willing Jeff Drake in front of him on right now, and if he needs to pass him, he will.
But I don't think he will at this point of the race, Jake, because he's got a good gap to Robert Malechka. However, it is starting to close in a bit. It was 0.7 of a second. It came down to about 0.3, now back to 4, and nearly back to half a second separating these two cars. So yeah, you're right. Maybe Van de Sande will take a look around Drake and carry him along, maybe use him as a pick for Malechka. Make it so much tougher to gain track position with 52 laps to go.
You know what I think here, Kenneth? I think fuel's a bigger concern, and that's why Van der Sande hasn't pulled the pin.
Yeah, he's been staying in the draft, and, you know, I'd argue I'd do the same thing. If I was in Van de Sande's position, you think of one pit stop to go. A lot of these guys have come in, you know, they're 15 laps in their stint, other than Jason Brophy, who's about 2 laps behind with 17 laps on his tank of fuel. But you know how the undercut had worked so much in this race? Why not try the overcut when everyone has packed them together and you've got a race as close as it is with the yellows that we've seen fly inside the final quarter of this race?
Well, 2 laps the difference, but remember, Jason Brophy pitted right as the caution came out, so he might be the indicator for everybody else, the canary in the coal mine, so to speak, here in these final stages. We'll soon be hitting the final quarter of this race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway here in Speedway, Indiana. The virtual 16th Street and Georgetown Road now puts on another fantastic spectacle in the 15th running of the iRacing Indianapolis 500 Open. Alexander Van der Sande, the hometown hero, looking to try and get it done, but he's got last year's winner behind him, Robert Malechka III.
And obviously, the top-level suited drivers are going to have a conversation at 235 miles an hour at the racing capital of the world. This is going to come down to a brawl. And I'd imagine, even with the strategy, even with the bit of separation that we may encounter should we stay green, it's still going to be a full-out dash to the finish based on the aggression we've noted when drivers get the fresh tires and they let away with all of the intensity, plus whatever may happen here between Malechka and Van de Sande. Should the gap continue to close down inside the final 49, we're expecting at least another 10 to 15 laps before they'll even consider coming down pit road. That is, of course, if we stay green.
Yeah, and I'm just looking around. Florian Labigra is slow off of 2, and so that will bring Hildgo into perspective. I wonder whether he's just tagged the wall. I think he has, coming out then of 2, so Hildgo will take a place. But still, for the moment, Van der Sande happy with where he is right now, and now it's just about ticking off the laps, getting into range. The issue you always have is running at the front, you can't save the fuel. If you've got Jeff Drake there in front of you, you can now save fuel, and that's where Van der Sande's in the game, knowing he's only got to go 32 on this stint, and he's in the money window.
As long as you make that stop within 30 to 34 laps, you should be okay for the rest of this race. But again, based on where you are on track, it's going to be all about placement. And I'm seeing that Malechka, although he has a chance to catch further up to Van de Sande and get right up to the rear wing of that purple and white IR-18, he's deciding not to. He's laying off the gas. He's staying at least within, you know, an arm's length of distance, maybe more, a couple car lengths between these two right now. So he's playing it strategically, saving fuel, much like he did earlier in this race with Costantini and even a bit of Hamilton Akabuezi, not extending the invitation or not even using that bit of the opportunity. Just waiting back, and that was a car on the wall.
That will be Florian Labigra then, as the Frenchman has to try and limp his way around with the tyre completely demolished on the right-hand side. We stay green as he never broke the plane, and just like that, Labigra has put a massive hole in the middle of this field.
A product of the hard racing #1, but of that tap to the outside wall several laps ago for Labigra. number 2. It was a slap on the wall that got him way out of line. Remember how it affected Jaden Munoz's car earlier in this race. He had to drop 4 or so positions before he can get himself back settled. For Labigra, he doesn't even get the chance to give up track position cleanly. He makes the slight contact with Thomas Simon as they're side-by-side in turn 1, and that was basically all she wrote. Let's see the replay. Thomas Simon, that green, white, and red Indy car on the inside. There's the red line machine of Labigra up top, side-by-side. Slight contact, and that is a trip straight to the barrier.
Well, it's too much of a pinch there by Florian Labigra there. I'm not sure where Tamas Simon is meant to go down there on the inside. So I think Labigra has himself an issue of his own accord. It now leaves just one Team Redline car in this race. And that, of course, is Eduardo Leo out there trying to break the one trophy in this world that is not in the hands of Team Redline at any given point. They so badly want this Indy 500. They've been trying for the last 3 or 4 years, and I've seen 4 or 5 different drivers in and around the top 50 trying to get themselves qualified in. Leo in 6th has a very good chance.
He's the only living hope for Team Redline right now in this top 10. Has been strong all night long, and here, crucially, inside 45 laps to go is where you cannot afford a mistake, because it will provide very large consequences, and it may just indeed take you out of that race. I mean, one moment Labigra was just hanging on for position. All of a sudden, he's in the wall, and he's out. So Leo has to be very careful, take the advice from his teammates, stay calm, still a long way to go. And as Redline tries to have their drivers up at the front, it's starting to dwindle very little by very little, with Van Nessent still in front as these guys get 22 laps done. Still about 12 or so laps before we get right to the edge of that fuel window.
And this is where you start turning around and saying, have I got my strategy numbers correct? How far can I go? Does it work to undercut or overcut in these final stages? Can I get myself slowed down? Because the last thing you want, you stare at that pit lane for the final time, and if it's under green, you do not want to speed going down there, going from over 220 miles an hour down to just 60.
And look at how it caught up Luke McEwen, how it caught up Jeff Drake, how that put Drake in this position right now where he's right in front of the current race leader in Van Nessent. That was a product of just going a little too fast entering pit road. We almost saw the same with Berryman, but we'll see.
Well, just a reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, we are not done when it comes to racing action with the iRacing Indianapolis 500. We are not stopping until we get 31 different winners of the iRacing Indianapolis 500. So if this one finishes faster than some other races out there, we will go and we will see more races out there, because what's better than 4 brilliant hours of free, ad-free sim racing action? That is what I love seeing out there at this point. And KB, it is now getting down to the crunch time laps. Alexander Van der Sant, well, if he can go and get a victory here from this scenario right now, he is going to owe Jeff Drake right now a drink of bitter.
And probably a little more, maybe even a Memorial Day card or something, I don't know, at some point, because he's helped Van Nessent so much stay up front and keep pace right in front of Robert Malechka. And that's not to say that Malechka is pushing by any sense of the word. He's definitely waiting back and seeing what's going to go on in front of him. He's maintained about half a second between himself and the current race leader, and that also bodes for Philip Kraus, former race leader who sits in third. He's maintaining 0.4 of a second between himself and Malechka. So the product of the situation right now is that no one's pushing. No one's really wanting to go out and stretch out a lead, because they understand that pit stop is still waiting in the ranks. They still need one call that we've seen before has changed the outlook of positioning and undercut, overcut strategies. So I don't think anyone is willing to push the big red button right now with 40 laps to go. But like we see on that pit road window, everyone is inching closer to it. For Brophy, it's 2 laps from now. For everyone else, it's about 4 to 6.
I look at Jason Brophy, one of the most experienced drivers in this field, the veteran of this field, looking to try and go one place better than 1 year ago, and realizing that he's probably got the most difficult scenario of all of the drivers around him. He's got to go earlier than everybody else, and he's got to make sure that it works compared to everybody else. He'll get a good advantage in the short run, but late on, he'll be looking at that fuel gauge and he'll be going, Oh, I don't really like that. But still they push here with now 39 laps to go. We start lap 162 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and it's starting to become a case of when you go. Who blinks first is going to be the aim of this race.
I'd say the sweet spot for Van de Sant and Kraus is to go right back to the bread and butter. Come down pit road together, whether it be a bit of an undercut, who knows, but for them, try to work cohesively until the final stint, and then you can go out for the win, because you know teams, they like to give each other the best chance to win. So I'd say if you're Van de Sant and Kraus, come down the same lap and forbid Malechka from following you in as we get down to the final stage of this race. Now, if you're Malechka, cling on to whatever draft you can. You don't have Costantini and company to help you with, so right now it's all about fending for himself, as Oster and a couple of others talk on the voice chat, Jake. I think they're trying to play out this strategy too.
Yeah, they are. I think they're having a little bit of fun there, saying, well, I can't really see too much out of my visor. Has anybody got a clear visor to go out there and help me? So they're having a lot of fun out there, because these are drivers that race week in and week out against each other. They know everybody's game. Van der Sant, Malechka, Kraus, Brophy, Oster. They all know it.
And you know, late last year, when they ran the IndyCar Buck Kicker iRacing Pro Series, you know, while some of the drivers in this race did not go out in that Pro Series to race, a lot of guys did, and that was the pure culmination of the years and years of relationships that these guys in the iRacing IndyCar community have built amongst each other. High-level racing, not only at Indy, but going in those official races, hosted races, league races, and just having a bit of fun while trying to be the best of them all and get the checkered flag. So it's awesome again to see in the top split not only the level of competition and how good these drivers are on a level basis, but just how much fun they like to have with each other and the relationships they carry, not on the track, but also off of it.
Yeah, it's very much a case of camaraderie between the top drivers here in this iRacing Indianapolis 500. We are now in the tank for money laps, and in comes some of the first to make their calls, and make their calls early here. Seb Alexander and Fernando Borda make their final stops of the race, they hope.
It still leaves everyone at the front with a decision to make now as they cross over the first lap of the pit road window. 30 laps complete on their set of Firestone Firehawks and their tanks of fuel. Now, does anyone flinch coming out of turn 4? Van de Sant will take a peek underneath. He's not going to go in. Neither is Malechka. Neither is Kraus. And it appears nobody in the top 10 are even considering a peek down pit road. Some of those lap cars at the back just filling in their final stop for the last 35. And it's a big waiting game right now. No one's pushing, everyone's waiting, everyone's seeing what each other will do. And I think for the top 5, most of them are part of that private label team hype group. So a lot of them working very well with each other and just aiming to get the best pit stop.
And a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that the Coke 600 is the next when it comes to your iRacing special events through May 21st to May 26th. You can jump along for a very tough 600 miles, as that is going to be brutal, as well as the next round of your eNASCAR iRacing Pro Series, which will be taking on Charlotte Motor Speedway. You can catch that on May 20th at 8 p.m. Eastern to see how the season will start ratcheting up as the pressure comes into play. In comes Sudik then to make that pit stop. Final time out of 18th position down to just 21 runners in this field. Lichtenberg, I believe, has just followed in suit.
He has, and there comes the conversation of what this track surface is like. Remember, it was at a high of 120-ish degrees. Now it's back to 118. The track temperature is slowly cooling down, so it's getting a little more bearable on the asphalt for the drivers. Not to say, though, it hasn't been a challenge with the tire wear and how many laps the field has put. More drivers in the back coming in this time by, a ton of them just for reassurance. Pedro Palladino is in, and crucially from the top 15, Jake, Michele Costantini in on pit road with 33 to go.
Well, that will be a signal of intent. Michele's got to do something and is going to try and manage it. Brendan Lichtenberg is going to come out right in the middle of this group and is going to have to fall in behind Oster through turn 3, and that will disrupt Eduardo Leo through. This is a critical juncture, and I think Jeff Drake is signaling down left. Caution out right before the pit window.
And it's Jose Soria right to the outside wall as they were coming in at turns 3 and 4. Contact with Hugo Olsen sends him right up into the barrier. And we'll talk about pit road strategy blown out the window. Everyone's going to come down this time by, and it'll be a straight-on dash to the finish.
Oh, that's a real shame to see that there. A real tough piece of work for the Drago Esports driver, who was getting closer, but the worry was always going to be a hard-charging Hugo Olsen, who wants to make moves, needs to make moves, and has been very good out on his own. Ultimately, they come together, and Soria is the one who has to put themselves into play. At 32 laps to go, this is a sprint now. It's get everybody in.
And that means fresh tires, fuel, and that's it. No more seeing the pit crew unless somebody makes an alternative decision somewhere on the speedway. But given how far on a stint everyone is gone at the front of the field, it's basically a dead-on call to come down with everyone else and put yourself in a position to go out and win just by raw track position. If you stay out here, you're basically giving yourself a death sentence unless you've already come down, like Michele Costantini can afford to stay out here as he's through the top 15. And as here comes everyone, Van de Sande will lead them through. Now it's important Jake who comes out of pit road first.
It does, as Brendan Lichtenberg, remember, is a lap down, so he's going to have to fall back to the back of the pack. So I would look around and say Michele Costantini has got to absolutely dig and drive if he wants to get out ahead of everybody else. It's a scramble down to the boxes now as they go through. 4 cars that had to stay out: Border, Sudik, Alexander and Lichtenberg to get their laps. But now Costantini leads this race, and who is going to win the battle of pit crews as they look to lead? Keep an eye on Van der Sande. He'll be one of the first. Great pit stop by Oster. Great pit stop by Philip Kraus.
8.8 seconds for the American driver, and Kraus gets him right on in front. And mind you, Costantini isn't the only driver to stay out. Pedro Palladino gets a shot to win the iRacing Indy 500. Here's how it all happened, though. To bring out the caution inside 33 to go. Slight contact. The bright yellow machine of Olsen gets into the red and black car of Jose Soria, and it was faint inside for Olsen. He had been peaking on the move to turn 3. He was there, and then just washing up a bit off of turn 3 is enough to make that slight contact. Almost like what we saw with Shimon and Lebigra earlier on in this race. And how about the avoidance? What a good move to get around. The Atlassian Williams sim racing car moves on through. And for Olsen, he remains. For the other driver in the mix, unfortunately, not the same luck. Soria on pit road was able to get back out, but he will restart in P16.
He very much will, and so I look around at those who think that their strategy game is going to be what is needed. When Pedro Palladino came in at the same time as Michele Costantini, he's given himself a chance. Now into the pits goes Alexander Russell. He's 10 laps down and still circulating, so give him some credit trying to find a finish here in your Indianapolis 500. He still thinks he's got a couple places he can gain up at this point. But now you look, Palladino over the run, which he had in at the iRacing Indy 500 fix. He missed 3 or 4 big incidents out there, which gave him a chance to race, but ultimately ran out of lives. Here, he has been completely quiet, and he's on the back of Michele Costantini, who on that last run completely fell like a stone. Now he's got his, I would say he's got his mojo back.
Palladino has had much better luck in this race, to be fair, though. I mean, when you're escaping multiple incidents, at some point the bad luck could get to you, but Palladino has kept up a very solid race, and he's the only driver right now, Jake, in the top 5 to have started 20th or worse. 23rd is where he rolled off on the grid. Now he's up to P2, right behind the race leader of Costantini. So it's a wonderful call, and, you know, Costantini and Palladino didn't really expect that to be the case. Their play wasn't to pit early and then, you know, they would obviously have the caution come out. You know, they were just hoping that things would play out in their way, and thankfully it does. We saw Costantini in the trenches for a bit, and now, right now, the luck could go his way inside the final 30, but still a long way to go.
It will be 29 laps left of racing as they will cross the line on lap 172 to get themselves back underway. The great promise driving around in the virtual racing school, Dallara IR18. Michele Costantini, 8 years that he has been looking at for the anniversary of the virtual racing school. With Ben Fuller in his ears, will 2025 finally be his year? Green flag in the air. We are back to racing at the Brickyard, and they're 3 wide, fanning for 1.
Look at the inside move. Malechka will try to pin him down. Contact Palladino gets moved out of the way. And how about the rocket ship? Jacob Oster slicing his way to the top 5. He got right underneath Van de Sant as they got through the restart. Poor restart for the car number 10. And here comes Malechka. Dive to the inside. 3 wide for the lead. 3, maybe 4.
Wow, this is amazing. Jacob Oster trying to make a power move. Leo slides. Van der Sant in trouble. Up into the wall. Oster is in the catch fence and also more caught up in it. Caution comes out. Hugo Olsen and Chris von der Nessa are caught in it. So big ramifications for a driver who had been at the front all day.
The attrition continues as they were 4 abreast entering turn 3. And there was nowhere for Van de Sant to go. Tried to back out of line, caught Leo up the banking, and then in comes Hugo Olsen, sails up into the fence, and it's an ugly crash there in turns 3 and 4, and it takes Van de Sant out. We noted just how quick things happen in Indianapolis. Van de Sant had been one of the most dominant drivers of the day. Put him in the mid-pack, put him in a precarious spot, and unfortunately, the racing gods take him out with 28 to go.
That is a huge moment for Alexander Van der Sant. He does not deserve that for the way he's driven today. Wrong place, wrong time, and he ends up caught out. Malechka leads this field with Jacob Oster, Philip Kraus, and Michele Costantini now back in 4th. Another look, it starts with Eduardo Leo. There goes Akabuezi trying to go through. Van der Sant is there as they all start to pick it up through. Leo just tries to come up underneath, and Van der Sant just has nowhere to go. Olsen goes up over the top, and you know what? He's a ramp right now. It's like watching Hot Wheels on the back of the rear wing of Van der Sant. Nothing he can do.
If this was a dunk contest, they would all get 10s, 50s across the board for how much airtime they're getting here at Indianapolis. And that situation was prompted by the restart. You think all the way back to the origin of this, it was a sluggish go away for Van de Sant. He had trouble getting back on the throttle pedal, and that let Jacob Oster slide to the inside. While they were going 3 abreast at the front of the field, mind you, Oster had sliced his way to the front. And then, you know, with the aggression that everyone has inside the final 30, they understand no more pit stops are needed to make it to the checkered flag. They can just go all out and make it all happen. But it's just a small contact, middle 3, and then Leo gets sent up. And Hugo Olsen, who had barely escaped the last crash with Jose Soria, now he gets the big brunt of the scenario. And Malechka has to patiently wait behind the pace car as we get ready for another restart.
Well, this is a case of how goes your luck around here. Robert Malechka III has found his way back to the front again and going for back-to-back iRacing Indy 500 Open titles. The only other driver to have ever managed to go back-to-back is the driver who went back-to-back-to-back in Brandon Traino. It would put Robert Malechka III in some truly elite company.
Not only does he have the fixed win from last year, the Open win from last year, he won the IndyCar Pro Series race here at Indy last year. He's done it all here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and he's never faltered. And now inside 27 to go, he's going to be right in the mix of it all to get a 3rd iRacing Indy 500 victory. But last week, had a very strong car. Jake Sperry put himself in position to win, and it came down to some late race theatrics with Jaden Munoz coming off of turn 4. They make contact in the run to the yard of bricks, and that ultimately gets Malechka out of the race, and that allows it to be blown wide open with Peter Berryman sailing through the outside, able to survive in the final laps to go out and win.
Yeah, there were some big power moves. It was the case of one Pablo Espes finding himself spinning around like he was in a washing machine that led to this move that got the race lead for Peter Berryman. He had to fight against Aaron Vasquez to try and make that happen. Just the block as they moved on to 3 laps to go. And then the incident. Vasquez, similar to what happened to him today. Akabuezi just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And Peter Berryman, under caution, would pick up the iRacing Indy 500 fixed crown in 2025. There have never been multiple winners of the iRacing Indy 500 fixed. But as we sit, it will be 25 laps to go. Cautions breed cautions, they say, KB. And so now, I think everyone is supercharged and their eyes are bugging out.
For a lot of them, it's going to be go for it, and who cares what happens. Even if you put yourself in a dangerous spot, is it going to be worth it to win an iRacing Indianapolis 500. For all of them, of course, the last thing they want to have happen is for this race to end under yellow. They would like very much to close this one out under green and give themselves a shot to win, going down to the Art of Bricks instead of letting the caution decide fate. But plenty of these guys have so much experience. A lot of them have finished well in last year's open race. Some of them looking for redemption to 25 laps to go.
Well, it's a case here of chat. Let's lock in, because 25 laps to go. We are set and ready. The best of the best are at the front and trying to do what they can. And it's an early launch and away from Robert Malechka, the third. And he desperately tries to break some slipstream from Oster and Kraus behind. And down low, Brophy making a big move then on Michele Costantini.
And the lunge for turn one. That's in the battle for fourth, and there's another car there. That's Hamilton Akabuezi. Further back, Pedro Palladino, who's looking to redeem himself after the last restart where he got moved out of the way in turn one. Now Kraus is going to help Oster make it 3 wide. Back to turn 3, the pink and black private label team hype car of Philip Kraus gets back to the lead to 24 to go next time.
The top 3 have 4 Indy 500s between them. Oster almost in the wall, coming out there through 4, and now it brings Malechka side by side. A gap given. Brophy moves up now onto the final step on the podium, but now here comes a chance then for the top 2 to break away. RM3 versus Philip Kraus.
And that one situation off turn 4 may have just put the dagger in the heart of Jacob Oster. He had run too wide, the car did not rotate, and the grip wasn't there, caught the marbles, and all of a sudden, he loses speed. He's going to be right in touch with Jason Brophy, so it's far from over, but that big mistake could have easily ended his race as Malechka and Kraus continue to tally for the top spot.
And they just want to count laps now at this point. Every lap they tick off is a boon, not a bane, I would say, at this point. Make it as easy as possible as Robert Malechka gets himself the pass through on Philip Kraus. Happy with that at turn 1. Brophy back there at about half a second off of the race lead. So 4/10, let's call it then, off the back of this. Not anywhere in a position to go and make something happen. But you look at the group behind. You've got Oster there, you've got Akabuezi, you've got Costantini. The best who have never won are right there behind and wanting to say we are that close to being up at the top, but it's those with 4 between them, 3 for Malechka, 1 for Kraus, and they want to make sure it's 5 between them.
There's definitely less pressure though. Remember that last restart, 4 wide for the lead. Everyone trying to be as aggressive as possible. This time around, much more of a calm approach to the green flag setup and the laps we run right now. You want to know the reason why? There is still 22 laps to go. You can wear down these tires and the car will scream for grip. And if you do a Jacob Oster mistake several times, there's going to be one moment where you end up hard into the outside wall, and these guys want to save their stuff for whatever is best held in the final 5 laps, or maybe even less. Kraus will take over the lead. Battle for turn 3 settled. Malechka holds back, and there's another half a second before you get back to the runner-up last year in this open race, Jason Brophy, in that bright green and black IR18.
I'll correct myself, 3 500s between them. They want to make it 4. Malechka back to the inside then and looks to get a run and does so. But still the patience game is going to be there. Akabuezi back there in 5th, and good battling in the second group between Palladino and Hildgo out there as they're racing about in the low-end regions of the top 10 at this point. This becomes a game of can we get laps in and can we get them in clean, because we're sat down with just 17 drivers here on the leading lap, and knowing that this is going to be a tough race between now and the end of this one for everybody. This is where the nerves come in.
This is easily a race that has gone down to the mercy of attrition. How many drivers, strong ones we've seen taken out of this race, particularly in the last 30 to 35 laps with the flurry of yellows that we've seen late. It's created so much separation, and now everyone's going to try to fight for whatever they can in the waning 20. There's Christian Hildgo, battle for 8th place. Tamas Shimon, the Hungarian, right behind, and Pedro Palladino, who after the last restart settled back in 7th but couldn't make any ground on now the leading Michele Costantini up in P6 by at least half a second. Still the best battle on the racetrack apart from the race lead.
And on that last lap, Soria has absolutely clattered the wall coming out of turn 4, so that's cost him time, and he'll dive down into the pits and very nearly stealing slipstream there, Seb Alexander. So Soria's charge is done with damage as he goes through. Change again for the lead. Malechka the third, moving back up to the front, but there's moves everywhere. Palladino is going to have to look left, right, up, down, and even slant ways as Christian Hildgo gets very, very aggressive, but can't find any moves.
Nearly catastrophic. You watch that pivotal pass from Palladino entering turns 1 and 2, and Hildgo was clinging on for dear life. Car stepped out, they made contact nearly, and Palladino with a controlled save at around 230 miles an hour. Hildgo is just surviving on the bottom lane, caught the rumble strip, and the car stepped out from under him. Now here comes Thomas Simone, blocked by Hildgo. They'll stay nose to tail back to turn 1.
Outside lines looking like it's starting to work here. Tamas Simon gets a comfortable run through on the high line to make the pass. Alessandro Bico's there as well. Does that send a message as Bico clips the wall? And that will bring Eduardo Leo to the inside to go through. Is this a case of the high side might have something to work with? We look at Pedro Palladino.
Well, look at what Peter Berryman was doing in the mid portion of this race through the green flag runs. He stepped out into that second lane and let the car take him for the course through the corner. So much of the energy is put down in the inside lane. The rubber has stacked up. It's so slick. And given how hot the track temperature we've seen be all race long, now at 118 degrees Fahrenheit, you got to look upwards of the racetrack to discover cooler track and therefore more grip. So everyone's willing to take that risk, even though it gets them just a bit closer to the outside wall.
And still they keep themselves in range right now. Malechka and Kraus and Brophy. When will Brophy start to make a move here? Kraus again gets that turn through, but remember, they can happily keep chopping and changing, but at some point, this little alliance between Kraus and Malechka is going to break. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to start to run as individuals, not as drivers working together. They understand, and that's what the high racing IQ between these guys is. Even though Malechka is such a young driver, he understands there's still such a long way to go. You can run green flag, and as long as you stay, of course, as long as you stay running side by side, or rather just switching positions, you should be okay for the rest of this race. Because stay long side by side, Brophy's in the mix, Akaboezi's there, Oster's in through the top 5, and it's blown wide open, and there is no chance of any sort of carefulness between the drivers in the top group. Now Brophy does get a little bit closer though, 3/10 coming to 15 laps to go.
Philip Kraus trying to go and win time slot 1 and time slot 3 here in this Open 500, and that would be 1,000 miles worth of victories that he'd put in his back pocket. Robert Malechka the third going for his third iRacing Indy 500 crown. He's got 1 fixed and 1 open at the moment. Brophy looking for his first. Oster looking for his first. Akabuezi there in 4th position. The young prodigy hoping for his first of what many people will consider many Indy 500s for him. But now it's going to be about a case of drive coming off of the exit of 4, and now down to 14 laps to go at the Yard of Bricks.
One thing you can very well give credit to is private label Team Hype. They put themselves in this position between Lichtenberg and Brophy last year to Philip Kraus and the same driver in Brophy here in 2025. And Brophy has played this race nicely between the strategy. Even though at one point in the event, he had been the oldest tire-setted car in the field, he found a way to maneuver the yellows in the right way, and he's just taking Hamilton Akaboezi for a ride with him. But peak every single lap, they are getting marginally closer to the top running 2. They've let them decide the story for most of the green flag run, and we will do a restart all over again. Yellow flag, and it's a flipping Pedro Palladino in turn 4.
And the luck runs out again as he goes through 3 on the outside of Christian Hildgo. It's a massive accident for Pedro Palladino, and any alliances now, this is going to become a race where drivers are now looking at critical laps of 197 to 199. Pedro Palladino on the roll hoop and out of this race, and suddenly there's another small twist to this tale.
Another change of the profile, and we'll try to get a look at how this all unfolded. But it was the continued battle between Christian Hildgo and Pedro Palladino. Remember that slight slide that Palladino had with Hildgo on the inside, just saving the race car? Well, all of a sudden they reignited the battle, and then it produces the yellow. Here comes Hilgo, sling to the inside, turn 3. And just like most of the incidents we've seen as of late, it's a car washing up or a car pinching down, and there's slight contact. But when you're going so fast, Palladino gets sent up into the air, the front tires lift up off the ground, and there's nowhere to go at all. Here's Alessandro Bico from the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team. Good look at how it all unfolded. Palladino gets the wall, surges up high. Oh, what a way to get out of that one for Bico.
Wow, just about avoiding dramas there in the last stages of that incident. Just about avoiding dramas. Now, there'll be a couple drivers at the back of this field. I look at Seb Alexander here, and I look at Nicholas Sudik. I look at Alexander Russell 10 laps down, Chris Fondanessa 5 laps down, who will think tyres at this point might be a clever strategy. If you can get yourself a little bit of extra rubber, you have that chance to go through, you're just going to be requiring a few laps to make it happen. Remember, these tyres go through cycles. The more cycles of having to speed up they go through, the more those tyres wear.
Yep, but they're thinking right now they have nothing to lose. I mean, this race has come down to only 15 cars currently on the lead lap. The attrition is so high, and for those guys, the mindset is, hey, we've survived until this point. Let's try something. Let's go out. We have unlimited tire sets. We can play with new rubber whenever we want, whenever this race comes into a break of the action. So let's try and gain some positions. Maybe let's get a top 10 out of this. They're definitely not thinking win right now because of the pace right now and just the way this race has progressed with the level of strength at the front. But any bit of position gain is very important. And to get a top 10 in the iRacing Indy 500, that's still big.
It is still really big, and you look at some of the movers who have been able to stave off troubles. Tamas Simon here today, 32nd, up to P7 at this moment in time. Give some credit a little bit further down to Kevin Birrell, who has started 31st on the grid. He's up to 11th at the moment and eyeing up a top 10. We've got just 15 runners on the leading lap of this race, so it's not a case of impossibilities out there. It's a case of a very select group who are getting themselves through the yard of bricks.
And as we get ready for the next restart, which will probably be inside 10 laps to go, here's what happened last year. Final run to the start-finish line. Well, this is actually back in 2022, how this all unfolded. Well, it looks like we'll try and get a better look at that. But Kraus had been in a position with so many others to win last year's race. And in the open event, Jake, it came down to a restart inside 10 laps to go. That's how Malechka was able to hold on for the victory. It was a close-knitted restart. Did not end under yellow. Who was in the mix? Both Robert Malechka, who's sitting second, Jason Brophy, who's sitting in third. So definitely the experience carrying to the front with just a little bit of a new cast surrounding them.
Well, it's a case now of a 10-lap shootout to decide who is going to be kissing the bricks, taking their milk drink of choice and saying they are an iRacing Indianapolis 500 winner here today around this beautiful, beautiful track. Kraus, Malechka the third, Brophy, Akabuezi, Oster, and then Costantini, Simon, Hildgo, Biko, and Leo. Your top 10 as it stands, and knowing there is not too long to go in a race like this. There is not too many chances. It's a 2.5-mile oval. They've just got 25 miles to duke it out left when it comes to this race, and they will know that as they reach this point, history awaits a winner. Will it be a case of waiting so long for Brophy, the prince to become a king, for Akabuezi, Oster, the redemption of what happened in the open race? Is it a case of Malechka getting his third iRacing Indy 500? Or what about that driver at the front, Philip Kraus, looking to try and put pay to what happened 4 years ago as he looks to try and get his second Indy 500 victory? Green flag in the air, good jump from Philip Kraus.
Crucially, the second place car didn't get going. Brophy did not make a move to the inside to make it door-to-door, rather side pod to side pod for the runner-up position, but they will stay even now. Akabuezi tried to make a move through turn 2, and this is the long back straightaway where Malechka can make his magic happen. Sling to the inside, battle for the lead between two, now 3 cars, 4 cars in it, back to turn 3, and here comes Brophy for the lead.
Brophy on the inside. Akabwezi has to wash out. Oster moves up to 4th position. Through turn 4, it is going to be finally Jason Brophy now at the front of the field. Had good fortune with the caution with 2 pit stops to go. But Malechka back to the inside. Now puts himself at the point again.
Crucially, Akabwezi and Oster were side by side for 4th, and Akabwezi had a wash up there off of turn 1, so it will mean costed momentum there to the top 3. They'll stay single file. Does Brophy unleash a move with his fellow teammate and friend right behind him? Brophy in the draft. Look to the bottom for the lead. Turn 3. Kraus will try and follow. No match made yet. Malechka back to 2nd. 8 laps to go at the stripe.
Who's looking at that match made in heaven, which would be a victory here today? Right now, it's a case of many potential Cupids trying to get what they need. Malechka down low is going to make this move. Akabwezi starting to close back in as well in the P1 Doc Stellara. But now at this stage, it's a case of where do you go? Watch out on the inside, Philip, because Akabwezi's searching.
Akabwezi's down there. They nearly made contact, and there's a car on the outside wall. Tamas Simone with his front right tire completely destroyed. As the field goes by, we will stay green. Coming to 7 laps to go. Simone will try and go back. He's actually slowing down. He's coming to a stop, and will stay green for now. He just disconnects right at the exact moment. Brophy in control of the lead. Malechka, Kraus, Akabwezi, Oster, the top 5 back to the line.
Remember, if a caution comes between 4 and 2 laps to go, that is it. That's the end of the race. It puts so much emphasis on being at the front late in a race like this at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Malechka looking for 3 Indy 500 victories on iRacing. Brophy looking for his first, and he's waited so long for it. Your main contenders, 2000s it was 1 year ago. They're fighting again for the victory here in 25.
You got to start thinking, Jake, though, where do you want to be come the white flag lap? We've seen the leader get jumped down the back straightaway so many times to decide the fate coming to the yard of bricks. And if you're Brophy or Malechka, do you want to be that catbird-seated car when the white flag displays with only 2 corners to go? Still no move from Kraus. Akabwezi sending into turn 1, denied at the door. Here comes Brophy trying to maintain the draft with Malechka and the 2 drivers, one young, one very experienced, coming to 5 laps to go when we get back to the line.
This is a case of these 2 drivers and what they're all about. Malechka's been there before. Brophy's been close before, but has never quite had the opportunity to kiss the bricks. It's 5 cars at the front. They've built a huge margin behind to Costantini and Hilgo and Alessandro Bico, so they know at this stage in time, one of these 5 most likely is going to come away with victory here today at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 5 laps to go. Malechka moves to the point.
You're still very much adjusting, though, behind the wheel. These are the open setup cars, and in the middle of the draft, when you're switching between clean and turbulent air, you got to make sure this car goes to the corners at its fastest point through the apex. How many times have we seen drivers get a little too eager and slap the outside wall, killing their race? It could very well happen to any of these front 5 runners that have an easy shot to win the event. 4 laps to go when we get to the line. Malechka may look to the sling underneath for turn 1, but closer is Philip Kraus. No pressure from the rear view mirror. Top 3 within 2 car lengths.
Now welcome to the danger zone. A caution from here ends this race. If there's incidents on the last lap, we go all the way to the end. Malechka currently in control. We look at Hamilton Akabwezi right now, the 18-year-old who sits in 4th position, knowing how close he has been over the last year and a half, that he has built himself to be the young prince of IndyCar sim racing right now, and knows he's so close to getting himself what he wants. He just needs a little bit of help. Brophy now leads again.
And the last thing that Akabwezi wants is to be in the same situation as the 4 car of Jacob Oster, losing touch with the top runners and then seeing the win slip away from your fingertips. He's still within striking distance. He can keep up with Kraus, but for right now, he's failing to be aggressive, but that's by design. He's waiting for the top 3 to sling over and make some kind of move that slows them all down. There will be 5 miles left when they come across the turn 4. Malechka in control. Will he give the lead back to Brophy? The answer is a clear and open yes. Here comes the green car. Brophy for the lead.
They can't play this game too much longer because Philip Kraus will try and get in here. This has been an important 7 laps worth of running. They'll now look around with 2 laps to go as they'll cross, pull a couple popsicle sticks out in the air and say, what can you do? Here comes RM3 again to the inside, searching for that move and gets it again. Kraus now looking low, no drive.
And they may work together second and third. Brophy and Kraus have raced each other for many years on iRacing. This could be the moment where they go hand in hand and try to beat Malechka right to the yard of bricks, but they have at least a lap and a half to go before they can make that call. Kraus is crucially far back. Brophy to the inside. Akabuezi looks up high for third. Brophy back to the lead. White flag in the air. Next time by.
Well, now this becomes a game of did Jason Brophy make the right call? He had a gap to decide to lift off of it if he wanted to. They now pull themselves together. This one goes official as Barney waves. It's RM3 who makes that move down to the inside and says, I want it out of turn 1. He'll look around at turn 2 and Jason Brophy is in the perfect position to make it happen. Kraus watching this one needs to go through. Here comes the wiggles and the serpentine. Now the backstretch becomes important. Brophy to the outside, he'll have to look. 3 wide almost it is as Philip Kraus goes through. Outside of 3, you need. Outside of 4, Jason, you need. Robert Malechka to third, holding still. And a car length, holding still. But now it's drive. Here comes Kraus. Here comes Kraus. It's 3 wide to the line. As close as you go. As they go. Who's got it? It's Philip Kraus. 7 thousandths of a second. He gets his first Open Indy 500.
What a drive for Philip Kraus as he got the run off turn 4. And I mentioned turn 3 would be so crucial. Brophy took up the outside and said, I'm going to go for it. Kraus had been hanging back beneath the curtains. And once the spotlight showed up on center stage, come the start-finish line, Kraus made the move. And for the 2nd year in a row in the open race, it's a 3-wide battle to the finish.
That goes down as one of the great finishes of Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That was everything you had to work hard for. Philip Kraus, who did it in 2021 under caution in the Indy 500 fix. He gets his big result here, and your top 3 all go together as they head towards the line. Absolutely magnificent. His 2nd chance to kiss the bricks. His 2nd chance there at Powerslide and Team Hype to say, guess what? That's mine, and I will have my glass of milk.
You know, all 3 of these guys racing against each other, many of them for years. You know, with Malechka, they added him on recently, and the young driver has stunned out and in a wonderful run to the line. All of them race clean, they race hard, and they go for the Indianapolis 500 victory. And there go the 2 teammates to let Philip Kraus enjoy this victory. A sweet one at that. Clutch at the line. Philip Kraus, for the first time in his open iRacing career, wins the Indianapolis 500-mile race by 7 1/1000ths of a second.
He absolutely stole it at the line, and there's nothing Malechka and Brophy can do about it. He will burn it down at the Brickyard, and he will say, above all else, that was destiny. He'd run at the front all day, and he is the first then to pick up 2 big ones. And we talk about this as they go through. The move of the race comes up on screen, and I think it just has to be the final lap there for that move, because being third on the final lap, you don't have that guarantee. You've got to fight through everything that was there, and he played so well coming off of 4 to get the run necessary.
He spent the bulk of the green flag run, Jake, running in third, but by design, shutting the door on Akabuezi to provide any sort of help to what he could get to Brophy and to Malechka coming down to the final corner, and it's all draft from there. Takes over Brophy. We thought maybe he wouldn't beat Malechka to the line, but he does. 3 abreast for the 2nd year in a row in this open split iRacing Indy 500. Kraus for his first iRacing Indy 500 win since 2021 in the fixed race.
15 thousandths of a second, split the top three at the line, throw a blanket over them, you would be able to take all three of them home with you. Hamilton Akabuezi, not his year, but he will have his year in the sun, no doubt about it. Fourth place for him, with Jacob Oster rounding out the top five. Christian Hildko would end up in sixth position, with Michele Costantini, Alessandro Bico, Kevin Birrell, and Eduardo Leo making up the top 10 in the field. We look on down the order, and only 14 finishers there, with Border, Sudik, Alexander, and Brendan Lichtenberg ending up 14th, as Jeff Drake would be the first of the cars a lap down. But it is a cavalcade of drivers who have retired from this race, KB. A huge racing spectacle that we've had. 200 laps of the purest theater.
200 laps of attrition as well. A lot of these big-time names getting taken out. You look at Peter Berryman trying to go back-to-back, couldn't do so. McEwen and Vasquez round out the rest of the field. A lot of the guys were tested over this 500-mile race, but only one can call himself victorious, and that is Philip Kraus, the driver of the 5 car, who will be in victory lane. And we'll turn over to some more racing, Jake. Not only did we have a great end to split 1, split 4 coming down to the wire.
It very much is. There's not many laps remaining here in split 4, under caution at this moment, and this is going to be where these drivers start thinking about those final stages worth of racing. Not many cars left out there in the field. They're now looking around at this, and this is what happens when you get to the lower splits as you go through. Drivers find a couple more mistakes here and there. More cautions come out. Less drivers find themselves over towards the finish. It's one of those things where you sit down and say, how different is racing out there? I account only 7 cars out there currently circulating. It's a much different Indy 500 to what you see out there at the moment, and we're going to hit pit stops potentially, are we? It looks like we just might.
Yeah, and a lot of these 500-mile races come down to just being out there when the checkered flag displays, and we've seen tons of guys being taken out late. Although we don't have that many cars left on the racetrack, Jake, I'd still say it is a possible setup to a great finish in the remaining laps. A lot of guys try to get through 500. Sometimes they get to 250, sometimes they get less, sometimes they get a little more, and there's damage on one of the cars that perhaps was involved in that most recent caution. We're going to see a great race run nonetheless to the line, I feel.
Oh, absolutely we are, and it's going to be about who is best placed where, with a couple takers in the lane and drivers then looking to try and give themselves a lot of certification out there. Unsure for the moment how many laps we got left, but there's not going to be many, I would say, at this stage of racing action, as we hit about hit actual time, 9 o'clock my time out here at the moment. So very much a case of where do you go? Where do you find anything more out there? And the longer that races go like this, it's an actual attrition factor. It's about concentration. It's very easy to drop that concentration out there.
Very easy to get caught out of line, and there could easily be some problems that end up in the final laps. And here we are, final 15 of this Indianapolis 500 in split number 4. Noah Hinton, the race leader, but like we saw in the top split race, you maybe want to be that 3rd or 4th car in lane if you've got enough separation coming to the checkered flag. How much draft to get off of turn 4 is monumental. And so with 11 cars here on the lead lap, it's going to be a flat-out brawl. Everyone still within each other's grasp, and maybe this one ends up going green depending on how many drivers are left.
Well, Noah Hinton in control, Sam Hinchy then in 2nd position. I look down the order, there's a couple drivers that I do recognize here. Just about 1 lap down is JB Masada. He's part of the classic scene out there in iRacing. You see him quite a bit in the Lotus 49, the Lotus 79 out there. And Jason Green, who's very dab handy in 2 very important cars. He's dab handy when it comes to a spec racer Ford. He's very dab handy when it comes to a Mercedes W13 in the iRacing Grand Prix Tour.
And shows you, even though we cover top split, 2nd, 3rd, 4th split, they still have some heavy hitters, drivers who have put their names out in the iRacing sphere, and they have performed at the level to which we've seen them. And so just a patient waiting game here behind the iRacing official pace car. Hinton will have control. And how many times, Jake, have we seen single file restarts play such a big role in how the guys get momentum into turn 1? I mean, it takes 1 poor restart to put you back for the next lap and a half, maybe 2. I mean, that's why Alexander Van Nessent got involved in his respective incident, middle 3 wide, because couldn't get going when the restart began and kind of got freight trained by the pack behind him, and it put him in a pretty dangerous position to where it was just that slight hit that took him out of the race. So with any of these guys, could very well be the same deal. Just focus on putting the foot to the floor and making sure you get enough of a run off of turn 2 to stay put where you are, or at least gain track position.
It's all about drive now, and when you're down into these critical laps and you look around, just 11 cars on the leading lap. It's a very similar scenario to what we saw in split 1. It's taken a bit more time to get there, but Noah Hinton has control of this field in the black and orange machine at this point. Sam Hinchy just behind. Elijah Gilson will sit there in 3rd position, thinking, is there a chance? Pim van Gastel will also look to have a chance. And what about João Piana in 5th place? Green flag back in the air. 15 laps to go of split 4.
That's a pretty even restart between the top 3. They got away from Van Gastel there as they enter turn 1, and the white machine of Hinchy will try to get a run off of turn 2. Does Gilson try to way to help, or does he look to the middle, maybe to the bottom of 3 abreast? Great turn 2 by Hinchy. He'll flail to the inside on Hinton for the lead with 187 laps complete, and there's Gilson in the background, nose to tail to turn 3.
Looking for a way through, looking for an opportunity now. It's a case of these 3 have broken away. Van Gastel's not really got much, and João Piana a further second back. Off of that has a bit of lap traffic to deal through of Henger and Dubois. As now here comes Noah Hinton down to the inside, looking to try and get this sorted, and manages it at turn number 1 with 13 laps to go. In the wall goes Sam Hinchy. He's got to be careful of that.
On the razor thin edge and touches the outside wall. That will help Gilson, but he's got to think to himself, maybe I can help Hinchy here, slow down a bit, get the big run. Never mind, he'll go to the inside for turn 3, try to take away second. They have pulled away from Pim van Gastel, about a second back from the leaders, so there would not be a chance to play with 12 laps to go, at least right now, and Hinchy is struggling. Very understeery through turn 4, loses more time, and the top 2 break away. Here comes Gilson for the lead.
Elijah Gilson moves to the point and gets the race lead over. We've also got split 8 that is queued up, waiting in the wings for us too, for amazing sim racing action out there. There is action everywhere when it comes to the Indy 500, but for the moment, here comes another little look, and now they're going to start playing the trading game. Noah Hinton back to the front, getting that move sorted and getting that pass back through. Hinchy now in 3rd under pressure. Van Gastel has closed up in that group for now, but at this stage, it's about where can you find a little bit more. 4 clear, and then João Piana in a scrap with Jason Green and Ben Lawson.
And for Hinton and Gilson at this point, is just fighting for the race lead, but staying as consistent as possible, not trying to waste enough time so that Hinchy and Van Gastel can make a move, and Hinchy again is wide off turn 1. That'll let Van Gastel make a move down to the inside. He takes away the last podium position, and there's so much time. Look at the distance all the way back to the fight for the race lead. Gilson and Hinton continue their fight for the top spot. Maybe battles further back. P6, João Piana and Jason Green going at it maybe for 5th. Final 10 laps to go from Indianapolis in the 4th split.
Yep, so now they're into those final laps where each and every moment is going to be important. Elijah Gilson now makes the trade, and at 1.1, they're trying to break off from Pim van Gastel, who's trying everything to keep this one as it is. Jason Green there in the background moves into the top 5, getting by João Piana. And you look around here and say, where is the next attempt going to come from? You've got to try and leapfrog through 1 car at a time, 1 car at a time, 1 car at a time, 1 lap at a time. As now Hinton back down low at turn 3 makes the move again on Elijah Gilson.
I don't think there's going to be any aggression here between Hinton or Gilson other than just trading the race lead back and forth, because the more you add to the equation, the more complicated it gets. You don't want to see Van Gastel win this thing. You want to go toe-to-toe between you 2 drivers for the iRacing Indy 500 victory in this split. So it's a very smart decision for them to hang on in the way. And just what I mentioned earlier in the split 1 race, still a long way to go. Lots of laps still left to tick down. So don't want to ruin it very, very quickly. You got 2 very good handling race cars, and Van Gastel trying to pick up all of the pace.
Well, now they start ticking down those laps, but Pim van Gastel's joined them, so they've not done a good enough job. Sam Hinchy will be under pressure from Jason Green as well, who will be looking to try and bring this group on down. But at least right now, Elijah Gilson will look around and see Pim van Gastel, who is sitting there and saying, you know what, you continue to trade. I might try a Philip Kraus.
Yep, stay in 3rd, wait for the right moment to strike. get a run off turn 4, and hang on for a lifetime. That was a wide exit out of turn 1 for Hinton. May have lost him a bit of time, and will kill a potential run here down the super stretch, or at least this back straightaway here at Indianapolis. Makes the move back down low, and Van Gastel is just waiting and waiting for more. With 7 laps to go, coming to 6 to go at the Yard of Bricks. We've seen so much attrition in this race. Only 11 cars on the lead lap, and only 3 in contention for the dub.
And still, those 3 happy with where they are, but that group in 4th and 5th are closing. Jason Green moves to the inside down. They're almost within a second of the race lead here. So this becomes a case of it's not 3 anymore. I think legitimately can say it's 5. Big into the wall goes Sam Hinchy, and now he'll start dropping back. He'll be down low. Jalpiana will go through. How much damage is there for Hinchy?
There's probably a lot of damage on the side part of that race car, just like we saw with Jaden Munoz earlier, and he is hitting it down to the inside. I think for Hinchy, his iRacing Indy 500 is now over. He had an ailing race car, severe understeer, car tapped the wall, or nearly got into the wall several times in the last 15 laps of this race. The adjustment's not right there for Hinchy. He'll drop to 7th, and he may hemorrhage more track position. Tristan Walker, JB Masita is there, just inside the top 10 with Randy Richard. Gilson will take back control of the race lead with Hinton in tow. Van Gastel was there, and how about Jason Green picking up all the time to make it a 4-horse race inside 5 to go.
Jason Green has really hauled in this final stint to get himself on the back, but you've got to get through all of them here. Noah Hinton again makes that move. Van Gastel still happy to sit, happy to watch, happy to wait. But at what point are you going to say, well, waiting time's over? If you wait too long, old father time's going to come knocking at the door here, KB.
Smart move, though, from Gilson. He's hanging back. He's not willing to extend a move to the inside of the race leader come turn 1. Maybe look to the outside here, but Van Gastel will offer him sustainable help. Second lane in turn 1. It'll lurk maybe for the crossover, but turn 2 he doesn't have it. Hinton will remain up front, coming to 4 laps to go. Now 3 laps to go at the stripe when they come across. Gilson in the race lead, or rather he's in second. Hinton playing defense up front, still single file.
Remember, when they get a yellow, or if they get a yellow, when it comes to this stage, race will be over. Splits coming in. Marco Aurelio Brazil, Henry Bennett picking up, Dylan Platt, George Masters, Lars Chinoeth has picked up one, Jaden Fisher as well as Cale Hornford with victories out there. These are all the splits there. Lilac Zia, she's picked up a victory out there overall. Here comes Noah Hinton to the outside of turn 1, trying to hold it down in and get the drive out of 2. They're racing like there's nothing left.
How dangerous is that, running way wide? He's giving all the space to the car down low. In Gilson, Hinton back to the outside, taking the lead momentarily. Van Gastel was there. He nearly peaks 3 wide as they come to turn 3, and it's going to be dangerous to hold on to the outside. You cannot understeer the race car by 1 bit. How about a crossover attempt? Looking at turn 4, and it's a hard hit to the outside wall, and the race is over for Noah Hinton. More cars down the straightaway, and we're still green.
How are we still green? In the catchment, there it goes, it's yellow. Elijah Gilson, the only one who survives as he goes on by, will take split 4 as they go through. João Piana and Ben Lawson will look at that. Oh my word, what a mega incident to end that one. Heavy and hard into the catch fence at turn 4. We go to split 9, where racing action is currently flying about.
Such a dramatic end to split 4. Now split 9 coming down to the wire in a similar situation to what we saw just a moment ago. 2 to 3 cars in contention for the victory in the final 4 that will come here from Indianapolis. Boy, it's been fun watching all of the other splits. Here's a move to the outside. Defensive play by the red and yellow car to the bottom. Now they'll be door to door, side pod to side pod. In at turn 3, they'll wait for the race lead, and still a couple more to go with the 3rd car waiting in the ranks.
Yep, so now on that outside line, they're going to hold it here out of 4. Look up to the tower. No, it's not the last lap yet, so they've still got more battling to go. This is huge in terms of these 2 drivers now, looking to really pin it down as they go through 1 in towards turn 2 now, and this is going to be about what do they want to do. They've got cars behind that can close them down if they start playing games, and the big defense is all the way down to the Brickyard Crossing golf course. It would be further if he'd allow it.
honestly, from the splits we've seen between 1 and 4 and now looking into 9, I think that's the most defense played off of turn 2 by any race leader thus far. He goes straight to the bottom, tries to deny any opportunity at the inside lane, and that might just be the play. We've seen the outside work very well, but it's so hard to stay up top side by side for a lap or more on end, and it is still a defensive masterclass at the front. But could that change? They are still even once they come out of turn 1. Now there's contact. The 12 car goes for the slide and he saves it.
What a big save that is, and it might not even cost him a place. No, in fact, it'll cost him 1. But crucially, it's a gap, and it's a big gap at that as well. And you run as if you're trying to get to the Indiana border.
It's Cedric Schur in the bright red and yellow IR18 that's leading this race. And that's a dodged bullet. Hard skipping for a moment as you make near contact side by side. And as they come across to the yard of bricks, still a couple left to go from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The second car in line is now caught up and has made it nearly half a second between those two machines. There could still be a move, Jake, before this is all said and done.
Yeah, it's definitely not written in the stars right now. It's close, but close is not going to be enough to get it sorted. And while it stays green, there is chances, there is opportunities out there to see moves happen, to see places go and be lost. This is one Indy 500 out of many down in split 9. You're trying to hold everything you can together, and you just have the nerves, hoping it's going to stick. And as they head over towards it then, we take a look. Barney's got the white flag waving.
And Schur's going to hold on to the lead, but look at that secondary car. Now he's within striking distance. Does Schur play the same amount of defense that he played on the other car earlier on in the final 5 laps? They'll come out of turn 4, still a distance of about 2 to 3 car lengths as they come off the second corner. Final charge through the back straightaway. Cedric Schur has the race lead in search of an Indy 500 win in split 9.
Well, how sure are you, Cedric, as you head yourself through turn 3, head yourself towards turn 4, because this is going to go all the way to the line, as late as you like. Here comes the charge, here comes the attempt, down low, up high, side by side, over to the yard of bricks. Oh, you couldn't call it.
I can't believe it, what a finish. And that was mere inches, maybe less, between the two cars. We're going to get official confirmation on the winner. And João Bouveia, the winner at Indianapolis in split 9. Oh my goodness.
A steal of the century, a heist on 16th Street and Georgetown Road. That is as late can get. You cannot get any closer than that. Cedric Schur right now will be the most unsure out there, under caution in split 14.
Yep, we've seen chaos all over the board. I think a lot of these races, Jake, have come down to the fundamental turn of the yellows whenever they come out. Seems to be very late in these races, and it seems like it's happening here in split 14. We had a 5 lap to go situation there in split 9. Quick restart inside 15 laps to go for split 4, and then 10 more splits down the line for 14. It's going to be another crucial restart. You know, we haven't really talked much about how important single file restarts is. You know, we've seen double file restarts in many other series kind of dictate who can get the momentum. Rather, more often we talk about lines and how much momentum you get if you're maybe a car in row 2 behind the control car on the restart. But when you're all single file, you're just looking at one guy and one guy only. And we've seen, you know, from iRacing Indy 500s in the past, plenty of drivers at the back, top 15, they get stacked up if somebody does not get going up through the gears in enough time. Could very well see the same here for this late race restart inside split 14, but lights are still on from the iRacing official pace car, Jake. So while we try and sort of debrief that crazy finish to the line maybe 10 to 15 seconds ago, we'll try and wrap our heads around this one.
Well, there are so many amazing races out there, and the finishes are proving to be absolutely incredible out there here at the Brickyard. But here in 14th split, it's now about how does your nerve hold. They are behind the yellows, and we are going to be in there. So you take a look, more names come through. Daniel Araujo, then from split 7, as we keep our eyes forward. Jaden Fisher, Lucas Ott, there's João Guevara, who picked up the run. Alvaro Gutierrez, then also picking up the win down in split number 20. So everywhere you look, we're starting to fill them in, and effectively your bingo card is almost complete here, because we've got 31 to fill, and here on this first page we've only got 5 left.
We haven't seen the other page yet, so we don't know what that looks like for right now. There you go. Only 3 drivers, now 4 drivers actually, still to be decided. Matt Byrne, Alexandra Androsioli, Enzo Mele among those to win. There's Lucas Sturck, Carlos Fraga, and Haris Kovacevic that ended up winning their respective splits. The bottom end of this one. Here's what split 14 looks like right now. Jeff Gooch is the race leader. Chad Fry right behind. And do I see what I think I'm seeing? 2 cars on the lead lap.
This is a duel of the fates between 2 cars out there. Gooch versus Fry will now look to try and deserve who's got it. If both take each other out, Ty Hendricken can get in with Vincent Gibbard out there. So those drivers have a half chance, but this is a day of drivers who have got so much to go and make it happen. It's been a tough battle out there for them, but as they sit through and go for this, it is a green-white checker as manual as you can possibly do it. 2 laps to go at the Brickyard. 1v1s here as they duel at the bricks.
It's a battle for the lead, a battle for third, and a fight for P6 on the racetrack. All of them are even on their respective laps. Gooch holds on to the lead. Great start. Fry right behind. They have pulled a gap on Ty Hendricken back in 3rd place. And Gooch, the 31st car in this respective split. That means he qualified near dead last in this race for the iRacing Indy 500, and now he's got a shot to win. They'll charge for the white flag. To the inside, Fry tries to look, but he's too far ahead. And Gooch will look to the white flag lap here from Indianapolis, looking for the dub. This race is official no matter what.
Oh, lots of understeer there for Chad Fry. He's trying to play a game where he can just sit back and wait, but Jeff Gooch here, as he came out of 4, got everything he wanted. White flag in the air, no matter what happens, we'll go to the end here of this race of split 14. Jeff Gooch is pulling away, 10th by 10th. Corner by corner, whoa, for Chad Fry, as he now goes down into the infield and will have to limp it home. It's a lap of honour for Jeff Gooch, as he will now take turn 3, and he'll now look towards turn number 4, and he will know that in the pits is Chad Fry. Jeff Gooch on his own, only car on the lead lap. He is going to win at a canter.
It's a sunset trip to the Yard of Bricks for the last time. Jeff Gooch, the winner of split number 14. And what a heartbreaker for Chad Fry. And the intent to catch up, Gooch was way too fast. And that was understeer into the outside wall. Look at how much we filled out since just when we looked at split 14. There's Jeff Gooch there and a couple of others that were decided. Everyone filled out in page 1 for the 2025 open race of the iRacing Indianapolis 500.
Absolutely wonderful. The likes of Laurent Archambault then picking up split 15, for example, out there on this front page, as everyone has looked to try and get everything sorted, and they have got their victories. This is a memorial of winners, you could say, for the 2025 iRacing Indy 500, just 1 week out from Memorial Weekend, putting itself into perspective. There's still 3 that we got to fill out. Splits 28, 30, and 31 are not yet there at this moment, but we do have the opportunity to talk to some of our drivers. KB, you are stood by with our race winner of split 1, Philip Kraus.
Virtual milk in hand, Philip Kraus. You've had a ton of time now to celebrate and filter in this iRacing Indianapolis 500 victory. After you won this race in the fixed setup in 2021, you've been yearning to try to get back to this very step of the podium. You do so in a last lap dash to the line. What are the emotions after a finish like that?
Well, first things first, it's not just virtual milk. We have real milk as well.
Hey, there we go.
Cheers to Arjuna for the milk jug from the Open Wheels 500 last year, but we got the real milk too.
I'm sure it tastes good. Is it just whole milk? Well, what kind of milk is that?
It's 2%.
All right,
Nothing
well,
special.
typical milk. But hey, tastes just as good as ever. The victory in your hands. Walk us through that final run. You know, you had the late yellow. You, Malechka, and Jason Brophy going all out for the race victory. What was that strategy like, hanging back in third, and just the situation that you were dealing with coming down to that white flag?
Yeah, the last run mostly was just me trying to play rear gunner for Jason and Rob, just to secure the team result. I knew if I was gonna have a chance to win on that last run, it was gonna be last 2 laps, something like that. and because my main goal is just to keep Hamilton behind us and control the best result for the team possible. And I got lucky, cranked the shit out of the tools, to be honest, and hoped it would stick, and it stuck barely. And then the drag race to the line, I didn't even know I had won until after the line, to be honest. It was so close between all three of us.
It was 7/1000ths of a second. I mean, that's as close as it can get from what we've seen. You know, you've won this race before, but you come back and you win here in 2025. It's a simple, but it's a loaded question that I'll ask you. How special is it, given your experience on iRacing and time on the sim, to go out and win a race and the feeling of surviving 500 miles to get the W?
Well, I think the best way to describe it is there's not a bigger event for the IndyCar community than the Open 500 every year. Like, this is the pinnacle of the IndyCar. I would say it's bigger than the Pro Series was before. I know that might be a hot take for some people, but this is the biggest event for the IndyCar, so this is like the one thing I hadn't ticked off yet, so this is massive for me, massive for Team Hype, and I can't thank those guys enough. They brought a heck of a hot rod, and without them, I wouldn't be able to do what I did today.
And that was exemplary, the 1-2-3 finish and the 3-wide photo op that you guys were getting there at the start-finish line. Philip, congratulations on the iRacing Indy 500 win in 2025, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Yep, cheers.
That is Philip Kraus, the race victor by 7/1000ths of a second. We're joined now by Jason Brophy. Jason, last year in this very race, you ended up runner-up to Robert Malechka. Here today, you end up in another 3-wide bout to the start-finish line. What could you make there of that final lap as you tried to make the move on the high side?
You know, I could have been a little bit better in 3, but honestly, I was really happy with the drive today. You know, it was one of those, I kind of had a feeling going into 3, going through 4, that Phil was in really good position. The track was just a bit cold enough that the third-place car could get a run. And I was, you know, the way Rob and I were running, we definitely didn't have as much momentum as normal. And coming off 4, I kind of knew Phil had it. I tried to kind of cover and maybe hesitate him, but either way, I don't think I was winning because I didn't beat Rob to the line. So, you know, one of those really good finish for our private label, or excuse me, our Team Hype team. You know, Ty Stover, Tommy Milner brought us on, and you know, I think we paid it off. We had a really good run in the ovals in the Pro Series, and now here in this 500, and after last year, same thing. You know, in this 500. 1, 2, 3. Finished the last pro race at Nashville 1, 2, 3, 4. So wish Chin could have been here. He has some stuff going on family wise. So thoughts out to him, and hey, great day.
Our thoughts out, of course, to Joshua Chin. And, you know, Phil just told us that this is the pinnacle of IndyCar iRacing for the community. And you're a part of that long-tenured group of guys that have gotten to know each other and race each other for many years over the sim. How important is a race like this? No matter how many times you race it, no matter how many times it goes out different ways, how important is a race like this to you?
Oh, this is it. This is the top, right? This is the year everybody preps for this months in advance. And, you know, I've struggled here. I remember going back to 2020, making the field as an independent, and that was the greatest thing ever, but I was struggling in the race. And so that year I kind of got lucky and got myself in position, finished flying over the line in 4th. I'm kind of used to this being 3 wide, coming to the start finish line. This is the 3rd time, I think, and I've never been on the right end of it. So, but yeah, you know, this is the one everybody preps for, and there's a lot of work put into this stuff. And it's just to be able to run well, be at the front. Like this, you know, I couldn't be happier with how I drove today. It's you know, not winning it'll sting a little, but the fact I'm happy. I drove great. We put all the effort in all year, got the pole, held the track position, stayed up front. I mean, I made a bad strategy call, and I'm really lucky with how the cautions fall. Seems to be a pattern recently. Really lucky with how the cautions fall, but yeah, I happy with everything I did today, and to be able to put that together with the community that we have in this community. You know, we ran real safe. Hamilton, Jacob there. You know, we took care of each other for the most part. There's some things that a little aggressive, you know, some of the aero blocking to try and get ourselves to the front, but we all know what has to be done, and it's a great group of people. You know, race this car on Mondays and some of the league stuff that gets done. It's always a blast.
That's one thing no one can take away from you, Jason. A fantastic race put together here from virtual Indianapolis. Congratulations on the top 3 finish, and hopefully we'll be able to talk to you sometime soon. Let's move on to the next driver in it, Robert Malechka, who had been trading places for the lead in the waning laps. Robert, take us through those final few laps. You're putting yourself in position to capture a third career Indy 500 race. What was all of that like emotion-wise behind the wheel?
Yeah, firstly, great work working with Jason and Phil there. Really, it was just trying to keep P4 and P5 behind, because we wanted to fight it out among ourselves. And, Hamilton and Jacob were making great charges there, and almost got to P3, which really would have given us a bit of a headache for the lead. So, we just worked really, really good together. I would think I would be just pretty disappointed with not winning this race, but honestly, I'm just so happy for Phil and Jason to get, all of us top 3. And, I think we really had a shot at 5 cars in the top 5, but, it was unfortunate for Alex and Hugo there. But nonetheless, great race by us. I think we controlled it the whole time. And, it was a really good race.
Such a strong run for you, Robert. Congratulations on the top 3 finish here at Indianapolis. Hopefully we'll be able to talk to you soon. We'll turn over to the next driver in our list. Top 5 finish for Jacob Oster at the end. Jacob, kind of struggled there in those final few laps, but you put yourself in position nonetheless. How wild was the run to the finish, and what are the emotions after the checkered flag?
Well, I'm just happy I finished one. I haven't done very good this month of May with 2 computer crashes in the fix and the 500 yesterday, but I just got real lucky with how the cautions fell and how everyone was driving to just kind of navigate my way through and give myself an outside shot at the end.
Well, it was a fantastic race you put up to the end. Top 5 credit in the iRacing Indy 500, Jacob. Congrats on the finish, and hopefully we'll talk to you soon.
All right, thank you, guys.
That's Jacob Oster, locks up a top 5. Next up, Hamilton Akabuezi, one of the strongest drivers all race long. Hamilton, you were in very differing strategies throughout this race, just like I feel like everyone else was coming down to the end. You're running top 5 in the waning laps. After the finish like this, what can you take away from a run like this year?
Just track position with teammates being in the front. It's towards the end there, it's just so difficult to get a run. They'll work together to keep me behind the 3 of them. They want the 1, 2, 3, but I'll take the best of the rest. Had a really good race. Good to even be able to challenge them. But yeah, through the middle, it was just a lot of fuel saving. Got really hot, so it was strung out, just a lot of fuel saving. But yeah, ended up kind of where I expected at the end, so it was good.
Still searching for the first Indy 500 victory, but we know it's coming very soon. Hamilton, thank you so much for the time. Congrats on the finish, and hopefully we'll talk to you sometime soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Hamilton Akabuezi locks up the end of this iRacing Indy 500. And Jake, we've got a full list. Everyone from split 1 to 31, all of the winners decided over 500 grueling miles. I don't even want to know the number of how many miles that is across all 31 splits, but lots of racing and lots of winners.
Vanessa Carlton would be tired. The Proclaimers would have their legs fall off. It's that sort of how many miles they've had to deal with over the course of this. But 31 kisses of the bricks, 31 pints of milk that have had to be drunk out there overall. Simply put, a magnificent job from everybody here in time slot 3. For those who are here and looking for the first time, there is still a time slot 4 that's coming along a little bit later on tomorrow, so you still have your chance to get your wins in for the iRacing Indianapolis 500 for 2025. But at least here with us on iRacing, this is going to be where it starts to fall apart for starts to bring it to a close, so to speak, for us here with the iRacing Indianapolis 500. KB, just before we head ourselves away, what a finish we had there to that split 1 race. Philip Kraus, I think, is going to be having the rightest smile of anybody.
Last year when it came down to a 3-wide finish to the Yard of Bricks, I thought to myself, could this be top? I don't know if there could be a better finish, but we had an equally great finish of 3 abreast to the line between 3 drivers that are teammates, 3 drivers that have become very good friends over the years on iRacing. And not only is it an exemplary way of showing the strength of the IndyCar community, but just how much it means to a guy like Philip Kraus to be able to go out there, celebrate this victory with now the milk in hand. I wasn't expecting real milk when he had victory lane there, but he did. He's able to celebrate, and what a way to cap off this evening's Indy 500. What a way to get through all the splits and have all the 31 very deserving winners.
this is what the Indy 500 on iRacing is all about. It is about every driver looking to stand up and say, I am the best of the best. When they put 500 miles on the table, they said who could get on top. Brophy, heartbreakingly close again. Robert Malechka the third, can't quite get his third. But Philip Kraus will join a list of 3 of those who have 2 iRacing Indy 500 victories. And this one, he drove it and he managed to get it like he stole it.